China to stop its Islamophobic policies that target the Muslims, their religion, history, culture, and way of life. It must stop the forced sanitizations of Uyghurs, the destruction of mosques and historical buildings. It must allow Muslims of Xinjiang to have passports, to move freely in and out of China and practice their religion life, and to be able to teach Islam to their children and for their new generations. Xinjiang authorities should adopt multiculturalism and accept the Uyghurs and other Turk Muslims of China as ordinary citizens equal to native Chinese and Islam as one of their religions in China. China should revise the way it perceives its history and should accept Islam as an integral part of China and not as an enemy. Pressure on China for its human rights abuses both in Xinjiang and in Hong Kong should be a priority for all countries' administrations. The Islamic world can boycott Chinese products, all Chinese products. Many advocates nowadays are calling on consumers to boycott products that might have been made with Uyghur labor. Economic pressure, especially if it forces major corporations to break ties with some Chinese suppliers, may be one of the most effective tools here today. China knows that the Islamic world is cornerstone for trade exchange and economic relations with them. If Chinese goods and trade are boycotted, it will negatively affect the Chinese economy, and this is one of the ways that China will be impacted directly. By raising these demands and reminding China that the Muslim world is a very important client, the Muslim countries must ask for the protection of Uyghur Muslims who at present are suffering mass persecution in the Xinjiang Uyghur region. As the conference president, I would like to thank the work team and the Administrative Advisory Organizational Committee, all participants and attendees for attending and practicing and actively contributing to this conference work. Today, we are looking to change what's happening to the Uyghur Muslims in China. Let's start the work all together, and I'm positive we can add a lot to them and change their life to the best.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Tamara Omar.
Thank you very much, Dr. And Tamara, for that very, very insightful and speech, that very great and passionate speech and words that you've just passed on to us today. And the next person we'll be having on for an opening speech is the chairman of IHRM, Rana Bashar Ali Khan. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon from the United Kingdom. And thank you again to all the members and observers and IHRM Executive Committee member and American Federation and all our colleagues and friends. Today's meeting is a beginning of the serial of the meetings. This is not only going to be a first conference only for a Chinese Muslim. After this, we will hold the conference for Kashmir, Palestine, Burma, Syria, and any international human rights issue where we can raise our voice and do lobby on international level. International human rights movement working around the world in 57 countries, only raising issue for humanity. Today event is the platform we are providing. We are trying ourselves to bring the best speaker on this issue so they can give us real story of what's happening in China and what we can do as individual or our organization, what we can do on a national and local level. We can also work in a same platform. You need to stay touch with us for the whole next 2 years. This is going to be a long race for justice and for humanity. Therefore, you need to follow the hashtag, which is in this advanced technology, it is very important, which is hashtag TFC21. You can follow this hashtag to join the organization or join the campaign. We are not here to promote our or any other organization or promote our individual self or our platform. We are not funding organization run by all the volunteers from around the world. This is a platform for humanity. We always put ourselves and our organization behind. We put always our cause and agenda in a front. I will give you example. In last 3 years back, me and my colleague, executive director Arif Khan, and one of our other colleague, Tanveer Karamat, was banned to visiting Myanmar and Bangladesh due to our campaign for Myanmar. And same thing we are in trouble with India due to the Kashmir cause. We are facing the problem, but we are always in a front line. I will put little light on this issue as well. As we know, the Palestine issue and Kashmir issue and Myanmar issue, the popular issue, because there is no as much as control by the other countries. But issue of this issue for the Uyghur Muslim is not very popular. Even you will be surprised when I raise this voice in the beginning. I was surprised so many intelligent people and high-level executive member from other organization and or government of other government, and even the few from the UN. They said, what is the issue? We never heard it. What's going on? Is it true that more than 1 million people are in detention center? Oh, I can't believe that women are getting a gang rape. So these kind of story we was witness in the beginning. So this issue is not very, never get that attraction which is deserved, because humanity is first. We are not raising this issue just because of the Muslim. We are raising this issue for humanity. So please feel free to join us to raise the voice for humanity. This platform for everyone, this platform for any issue, from street crime to international crime, from the street war to the war for any country. Please join us and let's together listen from the wonderful speaker. We have a speaker like Taklan Aziz and our Muhammad Shafiq and Consul Sultan and all others. We will listen then and we will try to understand what we can do. The today things, when you leave the meeting, you have to take one thing with you. Okay, as individual, what I can do? The answer is yes, you can do everything. If we study the history of the last 100 years, we will witness very well that only one person was changing the history every time. So that can be you, that you are the person who will be standing for a justice for Uyghur Muslim, Kashmiri, or anywhere. So let's listen the conference. Our host, they will give us the best background and the stories, and they will lead us where we are going tomorrow, what we will do tomorrow. Thank you, and hope to listen from our speaker, and we will take something positive back to do the campaign. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman IHRM Rana Bashir Khan, for that passionate opening speech. Thank you all. We're going to go to our first speaker, who's going to be talking about the history and background of the Uyghur Muslim. Is Doklun Isa. He's the president of Uyghur Congress. You're welcome, sir.
You need to unmute yourself, Declan. Oh, well.
I cannot do, no, it's fine because, yeah. Well, first, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And also, I'm very appreciate and thanks to organize this wonderful panel, the symposium, International Human Rights Movement, American International Education Federation, and the Community Development Foundation. Very appreciate, very significant. Such a difficult time, you are remembering the Uyghurs and shows the solidarity with the Uyghurs. I'm very happy for this. And also I would like to thank my brother Rana Basharat. He invited me for this panel as a speaker. So at the opening, brother Rana and sister Tamara already talking on what's going on for the Uyghur Muslim today, and very appreciate. Before I speaking, I would like to correct some contents, some term, because there is most of some time people really misunderstood the Uyghurs. Who is the Uyghurs? What kind of history they have? So first, Uyghur is not minority. Uyghur is not minority, and Turkestan. We call it Turkestan. First, this is the name of this country, not Xinjiang. This Xinjiang is a Chinese name. Xin is of the Chinese language. Xin is new. Jiang is the border territory. It is colonial. It's the occupied land, like Tibet and some other. Turkestan has been occupied in 1949 by Chinese Communist Army. This is the occupied country. So Xinjiang is the correct name is Turkestan. I would like to ask my brother and sister, please you use this word in the future. It will be very significant. Secondly, as I said, we are not minority. If you compare a Chinese population, then the whole world is Chinese population 1.4 billion people, and the Uyghurs is not minority of the own country. Chinese government trying to ban minority Uyghur and for the Turkestan. And some term is also not very correct. Chinese Muslim. This is not correct term. Chinese. There is a different of the. There is some Chinese Muslim people call them Uighur, Tungan. This is a Chinese Muslim because he's speaking Chinese, but Uyghurs and language, cultural, religious, everything is completely different. That's why it is very significant. We have to first to know and use the correct term. Yes, as I said, Turkestan as knows the Xinjiang, the Chinese government knows the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. But we know, we say as Turkestan, it is the homeland of Turkish-speaking Uyghurs, Kazakh, Uzbek, some other people. They're located in Central Asia. And we have a border with Mongolia, and Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, and Tibet and China as well. Actually, today's Pakistan or India, Tajikistan don't have a direct border with China. This through Turkestan. And this land, 1949, military occupied by the Chinese Communist Army. In the 72 years, this is the occupied country. 1955, Chinese government and the region is an autonomous region. This official by the Chinese constitution is the autonomic region. But since more than 65 years, Uyghur people, Kazakh people, we have never seen real autonomy. This is just a paper autonomy. And according to the Chinese census, Uyghur population is 12.5 million, more than 12 million Uyghur living there. But we believe more than 20 million, 20 to 25 million Uyghur live in East Turkestan. But 1949, means East Turkestan was occupied by the Chinese Communist Army. Total population of the Chinese people in this region is 4 to 5%. This mostly is a member of the military and the member of the military family. But since the 1949, Chinese government constantly population transport to this area. No, and that time, 1949, as I say, Chinese population just around 4% holds total population. Uyghur more than 80%, and the rest of them Kazakh, Kyrgyz, Tajik, Uzbek, such some Mongol also. But no official number, and the Chinese population in this Turkestan is around 42%. From 4% to 42%, from Uyghurs from 80% to done for 45%. This is the Chinese statistic, of course, but real number difficult to know. Then Chinese government is systematically population transport from China to East Turkestan, and also change demographic change, and also East Turkestan. And since occupation, fundamental and the right of Uyghur people, including political, civil, cultural, economic right, continue to be violated by the Chinese authority. And there is no safe rule of guarantee to the Uyghur, but it is not only violate international law, it is violate Chinese own constitution, autonomic law as well. Before September 11, today is more, and Tamara already mentioned 802 million people in the concentration camp. This is so-called. We believe that there is at least 3 million people in the concentration camp. 18 U.S. State Department 2018 saying this number possible 800,000 to 2 million. Pentagon saying 3 million. But since then, since 2019 until now, so many back in some of them stay in the United States today, and some is the Central Asia, some is in the Europe, some is Turkey. They are after their testimony, and also some media documentary like BBC, Deutsche Welle, Al Jazeera, CNN, and the Sky News. And also some leaked document. For example, New York Times report, Chinese cabal, and this is also all already published. And some also, and the Australia Right Watch, and the Andreas Zans, and recently also 50 expert and the London-based is Chambers report, and they very clearly show, and this Chinese government today implemented this genocide in the last. This all happened in last 4 or 5 years. Last 4 or 5 years, and before, of course, most of them people thought this atrocity was not new for us. This atrocity. But level is different. Level is different. Since 1949, Chinese government implemented the assimilation policy, but since 2016, particularly before 2014, current President of Xi Jinping took the power. Chinese government abandoned from assimilation policy to genocidal policy. And last 2 years, we have alone seen Chinese government has subject to the Uyghur people mass arbitrary detention. It is the World War. We don't know exactly the number, but as I said, at least 3 million people. But 2020 September, Chinese government first time gives some number. It is saying since 2014, each year 1.3 million Uyghurs subject to eradication. It is mean if you calculate more than 8 million people already subject to so-called eradication camp. And also mass sterilization Uyghur women and the forced breast prevention measure. And the forced labor, modern slavery, 100,000 Uyghur to transport from East Turkestan from detention to the other province of China to use the forced labor. And in 2019, also set up a factory near the concentration camp to use the Uyghur for the forced labor. Today, global cotton industries, 22% global cotton common forced labor from East Turkestan. Whole China, 85% industry cotton from East Turkestan from forced labor. And also destruction, physical repression of Uyghur identity, including thousands of mosques. As you may know, Australian Policy National Institute published a report 2020 last year and September. They use the satellite image and use the Chinese resource, saying from 2017 to 2020, within 3 years, more than 8,000 mosques completely destroyed. 8,000 mosques partly destroyed. This is the if you look at the 21st century today, if you can you look at the satellite image today and 2017 had such most today, you cannot find any sign of this. And also even today is what you eat, what you dress, what you talk, this all determined by the Chinese government. At the beginning, former speakers, opinion speaking around the world. Yes, it's Palestine, Myanmar, Kashmir, around the world. But this is the big difference because atrocity, human rights violations, repression exists around the world. But what's going on for the Uyghur is Turkestan? It is not simple human rights violation. Human rights violation exists everywhere, even Europe, United States, around the world. But today is what's happening for the Uyghurs, not simple human rights violation. It is already beyond the human rights violation. 21st century Chinese government, some country like Canada, Netherlands parliament already recognized as a genocide. US government recognized as a genocide. And so many countries, and also some, as already saying, Essex court, and then already published legal opinion. They are also saying Chinese government has violated 1948 genocide and the crime against humanity, violated all charter. It's very, very clear. Grow up your bread. You know, man, head scrap is forbidden too. Even you cannot greet each other, salam alaikum. Salam alaikum. You cannot give the name of children's Islamic name, Muhammad, Ahmed, Sahmed, Isa. This is also forbidden today. Today is the Chinese government and also fighting anti-halalism. Campaign is the anti-halalism. Today Chinese government forced you to eat pork. You cannot refuse. Oh, I'm Muslim. Or I don't eat pork. You don't have a right. Forbidden fasting. Next 2 weeks is the Ramadan will come in. We have witnessed since 2015, 2016, completely forbidden fasting. You know, even during the lunchtime and break time, Chinese government brings the water, food, force you to drink it to the students and the employer, because most of some people and the fasting hidingly. This kind of things you cannot find any place around the world. You know, as I said, so many atrocities. Or you're crying, or you're dressed something. This is your personal choice. But for the Uyghur today, you don't have a right. You know, you don't have a right. Even you cannot greet each other, salam alaikum. And everything because ethnicity, because of the religious ethnicity, because of national ethnicity, because burn of the Uyghur. This is the crime. And so many intellectuals, because Chinese government now is blaming, we are fighting terrorism or radicalism. You know? But so many of the Xinjiang University, Tashplativ, he is a well-known, educated intellectual. He got the PhD in Japan. Today is president of Xinjiang Medical University. Khalmurad Gopur, he is sentenced to death. He is the well-known is the scholar. He got a PhD from Japan. And so many football players, professional football players, singers, teenagers, religious figures, all the concentration camp. Like my 78 years old lady, she died in the concentration camp 2018. Today, 21st century, communication is not issue at all. Yes, any place, except Turkestan, you can call, you can talk to your friends, your relatives all the time. But since 2017, Uyghur who live in exile completely lost the contact. I personally also lost a very short telephone communication. My parents, my father, middle of April 2017. 4 years. I have completely lost contact my family member. But time to time we got only heartbreaking news. As I said, first heartbreaking news I got in the middle of June 2018. My mother died. So many international media called me. Oh, what condition she died? Is hospital? I don't know. Because after I got this news, I'm trying to contact my family member. I couldn't. But later, I learned from the international media, my mother and she was the was 17, 80s lifetime. Last year, 2020, I got second heartbreaking news. My father died. This news I learned from the Chinese Global Times, from the Chinese media. This is the situation. Can you imagine? Can you find such example around the world? This is impossible. This is 21st century today. And separating Uyghur children from the parents. We don't know exact number, but Andreas Zenz, German scholar Andreas Zenz, he estimates 580,000 Uyghur children to the other provinces in China to change the name, and they forbidden to speak mother tongue, forced to learn Chinese language, indoctrination. They are shows their loyalty to Chinese Communist Party, Xi Jinping. You know, every day, not only concentration camp, also all people staying outside. Should be you have to show the loyalty to Chinese Communist Party. We are Muslim. After eating, after lunch, after dinner, all the time, Uyghur tradition, we pray, oh God, thanks for giving me this water. But it is forbidden. If you pray in this, you are terrorists, you are the fundamentalists, immediately to the concentration camp. That's why today people praying for the Chinese Communist Party, Xi Jinping saying, oh, thanks Xi Jinping, thanks for the Chinese Communist Party. You give us a wonderful life. Without Chinese Communist Party, without Xi Jinping, without the life. This is the situation today, you know. So these children was indoctrinated and lost indoctrinate and lost Uyghur identity. And this is not good enough. Also, Chinese government not only persecutions Uyghur who live in concentration camp or outside the concentration camp, even harassment and punishment Uyghur diaspora. Anyone who dare speak out, you know, and in exile, use the hostage policy, use the hostage, family hostage strategy, and push those Uyghur activists in exile, stop to speaking, silence. I'm 94, since 27 years, I have never seen single of my parents or family member, or brother. I couldn't return to my hometown. I invite my parents several times to Germany, but they didn't allow to them go off, you know. So, and also continually pressure. Today, my older brother, he's a mathematics professor, one of the university. I heard he sentenced 17 years because of my activism. My younger brother, he disappeared since 2016. I don't know if he is still alive or died. This is the situation. For community who live in United States, UK, European Union, and the rest of the world have the same problem today. They could not speak, and very few brave Uyghur activists speaking out because freedom not coming free. Of course, that's why Chinese government long arm get them around the world today. Chinese government use it is economic power to monopolize this United Nations human rights system, trying to monopolize Interpol, and I'm personally witness of this. So this is a situation, unfortunately, still most of them were silenced, but however, we have seen some positive steps. Some countries already recognized as a genocide, but still Muslim countries, unfortunately. Most of some Muslim countries silenced. Even some Muslim countries support Chinese genocidal policy against Uyghur. They are very openly support. We have seen, you know, very openly support. Start war against Islam. I told already, Quran, burn on Quran, collected Quran, burn on Quran. And destroyed more than 8,000 mosques. Salam alaikum is forbidden, you know. But and the Chinese government, Communist Party, they're openly saying, Islam, listen to me, Islam is ideological disaster. Islam is the ideological illness. It must be eradicated. This is the official slogan of the Chinese Communist Party, Chinese government. Visit China together and saying, oh, we are support you because you are fighting radicalism and terrorism. Chinese government blame me as a terrorist. If you look at the internet, Google, my name is number 3 top terrorist on the Chinese list. But in my whole life, I haven't seen in the real bomb a gun. I just saw is a Hollywood film. but I'm the number 3 terrorist. That's why Chinese government put my name to the Interpol red notes. I had suffering 21 years, but I had fighting my right. Red notes was delayed, but the rest of some Uyghurs activists had the same problem today. So we cannot travel. I'm a German citizen, but despite on this, I cannot travel a lot of country because China manipulated whole the neighboring country. Uyghur refugees sent back to China from the neighboring country. This is the shame situation. That's why today I'm really thanks for this initiative, this Muslim organization at this Muslim country, not understanding this China, but at this Muslim organization and up praying for us and make pressure to the Islamic country, Islamic government should not be complicit for this genocidal policy. This is my interview. Finally, I'm thanks so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jalakun Islam, for this very deep insight. At least that gives you know what's going on in China, can clearly hear from you, and also your experience. Thank you for the background. I'm going to pass on to my co-host Mariam Khan to carry on from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Could invite our very respective Azizisa Alkan, and he's going to address ways of strengthening laws and policies and ensure freedom of speech. Aziz is like the introduction which we received for the agenda. He's academic and poet, activist of Uyghur Muslims, and he's running so many educational programs for the Muslims over there. Sir, it's over to you, and we are ready to listen your powerful words in this session. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I managed to unmute. For inviting me for this important global meeting, and good afternoon from London time. And I am so privileged to be part of this this conference, and many thanks for international human rights movement which organizes this important event. Today is many of you are aware. Probably many of you are not even detailed aware of the Uyghur problem, and it's far away from, you can say simply as a Uyghur problem. It's a Uyghur genocide committed by Chinese government. And my friend Dolkun very nicely introduced some of the terms already. We strongly is a term which is used to describe Uyghurs as a Chinese Muslim or a minority in their own homeland. The key problem here about the occupation, colonization, and the genocide. Now Uyghurs injured in the last 71 years under the Chinese Communist Party's regime and occupation. And this genocide is not happening 2017. It started on the first day when Chinese Communist regime occupied Uyghurs' country. Now, yes, we talk about the law strengthening the community and the freedom of speech. I'm very grateful I was able to live in London, share this liberty in this country. Yes, when we talk about China, now it's ruled by law or by a person. We can say, why Uyghurs became part of the Chinese colonization? Of course, from soon after the Second World War, Soviet Union and Stalin directly supported Chinese communists, and Uyghurs independent country at that time, Republic of East Turkestan, part of the Chinese colonization. In 1955, China officially recognized and established Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. That territory is bigger than Iran or bigger than the whole Western Europe. It has very rich in natural resources, oil, gas, every minerals comes from Uyghurs country. It provides more than 40% of. Recently, we have been seen how China outraged and started banned importing cotton production from Uyghur region, Uyghur homeland. So even the more than 60% of China's cotton production, or around 40% of world cotton productions, comes from Uyghur homeland. Yet when you talk about law, so beginning of the first day, the occupation by Chinese communists, there's no internationally any kind of recognized or proper procedures or any kind of Uyghurs' voice at that time, 71 years ago, to be heard by the international community, by the UN, no, whatsoever, no. And China keep that region secretly in the last 71 years. Yes, when we talk about freedom of speech, it's very, very instrumental for the humanity to be find fair and equal society. So we, the Uyghurs, we must speak, we must educate the world. Chinese government is investing millions, billions of investment in their propaganda. I myself personally, I've been battling with Chinese government's propaganda in the last 2-3 years. I tell you one simple story. You may predict how the severity of the Uyghur genocide. And before I start my story, I want to highlight few points here. In 2020, Xinjiang newspaper in Uyghur language, they reported in 2020 from the whole region, there's 6.6 million people educated through re-education program, which is concentration camps. That was 2020, 6.6 million people. In 2017, the UN body and many independent scholars already recognized as more than 1 million Uyghurs being detained and kept in the concentration camps. Now we are living in 2021, and forget about Chinese government's sense about the Uyghur population. Uyghur population, at least we have more than 20 or 25 million population. In 1949, there only used to have 250,000 Han Chinese military and their family members. At that time, Uyghur population is more than 4 million. That was 72 years ago. But still, China kept about 20 years now, kept Uyghurs population less than 10 or 12 million. So we don't trust any statistics provided by Chinese government. Second, so the terminology again, there's we don't know how many Uyghurs and also small portion of Kazakh, Kyrgyz, other Turkic people are detained and suffered inside Chinese concentration camps. And even we don't know the casualties, but there's lots of testimony. And let me talk now my own story. Yes, in 2017, in November, on November the 4th, I received information my father died. My father died. Only I heard about this news 4 days after my father passed away. I was grieving for him. Yes, I'm in London. I cannot travel or arrange the funeral. I was grieving. 2 years later, I was terribly missing him, missing my father. I was searching on the Google Earth map, and I discovered China flattened, destroyed my father's tomb. Everything, whole graveyard, mosque, everything. So I gave interview for CNN, BBC, many international media, to revealing about Chinese atrocities, how China is targeting the Uyghurs, not about the living person, also the dead ones not cannot escape from the Chinese genocide. So there's estimation about more about like we can say that more than 70% of the Uyghur mosques, graveyard, all religious historical sites were destroyed. So why China is obsessed about Uyghurs everything? Again, I said in the beginning, China regarded Uyghurs as a different people, the owner of that land. Chinese government, they don't need the Uyghurs. They need that land, that occupied territory. So please understand, this is not about something about Islam or something about the Uyghurs being happen to become from somewhere else. No, we have lived there several thousands of years, even before Han Chinese happened to be traveling to crossing the Silk Road or somewhere else. This is a political issue. This is a territorial issue, and China couldn't persuade us or couldn't assimilate us to be part of, like, just look like Han Chinese. They tried very hard in the last 72 years, and now they locked up millions of Uyghurs, 5 million, 7 million, 9 million, we don't know. And try to be like brainwashed, to be like lost their identity or culture or belief. Of course, Islam is a very important part of Uyghur identity. Uyghur culture is based Islamic belief. Uyghurs began to believe in Islam in the 10th century. As many of you are aware, there's a second Islamic civilization or culture happened to be in the Central Asia. Nowadays, Uzbekistan, Kashgar, like Bukhara, Samarkand, Kashgar. Kashgar is located or one of the ancient capital of Uyghur's country, East Turkestan. So this is not about Uyghur Muslims happen to be converted hundreds of years ago or came from somewhere else. So China occupied Uyghur's country. This is first fact, and this is, we are campaigning, we are bring justice for the Uyghurs and try to find how can Uyghurs assert their rights, how can Uyghurs able to establish their independent state. And this is only way, because we are experiencing China is committing genocide on Uyghurs. So I'm happy to take any questions at the end. I will stop here now. This is I would like to thank for the organizers and for all the audience and listeners. And I'm very pleased able to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for your all kind of very, very ground-related realities information sharing on this platform. Thank you so much, and we will take the questions because I have seen that Irfan Ahmed Shaheen raised the hand. Sir Rana Basharat, can we take the questions, please?
I think after one more speaker, then
Okay.
you can take the question.
Okay, thank you. So we have the next speaker with us is Muhammad Shafiq, and Muhammad Shafiq is the CEO of Ramadan Foundation, and he is going to highlight the role of European Union and USA about Uyghur Muslims. Welcome on the board, sir, and stage is over to you.
When you invite, you
kindly unmute yourself, please.
No, only you can unmute. So when you invite the speaker, unmute them as well.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. To Rana Basharat, mashallah, congratulations on a beautiful gathering in a very noble cause, wherever people are from around the world. A very warm welcome. I'm Muhammad Shafiq. I'm the Chief Executive of the Ramadan Foundation here in the United Kingdom. And I just want to congratulate you for your initiative. And one of the things I know about you, if I may say so, sir, is that every step of the way, wherever there is suffering or where there is a struggle, to make a stance against inhumanity and standing for humanity, you've always been on the front line. We first met, I think, if I remember correctly, for the Rohingya community, the protest a beautiful protest you held in central London. And I've been watching your magnificent work, not just here in the UK, but around the world. So I salute you, Allah. I pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to bless you and continue to look after your work. And to everybody else, thank you so much. Really powerful testimony we're hearing from members of the Uyghur community, and those of us from the British Muslim community. We stand with you. We send you our solidarity and support and love. I just want to touch, if I may, on a few issues around the European Union. And we know that China in this globalized world has used its economic power to influence the direction of foreign policy goals and implications for many countries around the world, not just within Southeast Asia or South Asia, but actually within the European Union and the United Kingdom. And for me, that's a real big worry. The United Kingdom and the European Union, who talk about human rights, talk about an ethical foreign policy, and we talk about taking action to make sure that another Holocaust or a genocide is committed anywhere. I've seen the European Union in particularly remain silent. Now, only a few months ago, there was a EU-China summit. There was no mention of what is happening in Jiangyin, in the Uyghur community, the oppression and the systematic torture and abuse that they are living under. And that's been going on for 3 years. The European Union have failed to address that issue in regards to how they address it in their negotiations, bilateral discussions that they have with the Chinese. We know that Beijing has taken 1 to 3 million people from the Uyghur community into these concentration camps, because that's what they are, they're concentration camps. And they've been used to force people into modern slavery, to take them to shave their beards, to and live under a process of extermination, rape, abuse on a scale not seen in generations. Children have been taken from their parents. You've heard that powerful testimony just there from my brother. You've heard how children are taken away from their parents. And in some cases, their parents don't even know if their children are alive, and the children don't know if their parents are alive. And we've heard more contributions throughout the rest of the conference. Yet, the European Union's reaction has been absolute silence. They've put some bland statements, if you like, to try to raise this particular issue, but on the whole, it's continued to say nothing. Now, the European Union makes a big hoo-ha about its human rights record and its commitment to that human rights and individual freedom and liberty, and yet quiet. And I just want to express my despair, not just at the European Union, but the United Kingdom. Apart from some bland statements in Parliament, they've generally not done anything in terms of highlighting this on an international stage. And they've not taken concrete action to prevent a Uyghur genocide, as we are seeing. And for those from the Uyghur community who are living outside China, there's the added problem in that they feel their lives still living in the West, in Europe, and there is nothing whatsoever in regards from the European Union to do to protect its citizens, and that is something that we need to see action on. And this crisis, the Uyghur genocide, has touched the lives of people connected to the Uyghur community, but also the Muslim Ummah around the world. Because as Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, if one part of the body hurts, then the whole body hurts. And that's the same on this particular issue, the genocide and the championing of human rights. Rana Basharat is somebody who doesn't do that. He champions all human rights campaigns around the world, and that's what the European Union and the UK British government should be doing. They shouldn't be making a choice between what is right in terms of economy and economic prosperity and job losses and the impact that might have in terms of pressure from the Chinese government, but actually be firm in its commitment to human rights, the standard of dignity and worth that everybody should have, and of faith according to our own wishes. And we know that Germany, Angela Merkel, and other European leaders have generally tended to pitch an idea that European Union is a bastion of human rights. It's a place where freedom and where people will be using the, their opportunities to voice their opposition. But in terms of concrete steps, we're not seeing that from the European Union. And that is something that we've got to do. And the international community, as said already at the conference, they have not taken action, and we require them to take immediate action to highlight this issue, but also to take steps to do whatever they can to amplify the voice of the Uyghur community, but then take action in terms of economic, political sanctions that can be put on China to get them to reverse this course of action. Because protest does work, and speaking up and campaigning for human rights communities is very important. Now, we know that individual politicians, on the whole, for whatever political reason, might be raising their voice in an individual capacity, but collectively the system, whether that be the European Union, whether that be here in the United Kingdom, the Boris Johnson government, led by our Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab, have made some good statements, but haven't actually followed that through in terms of taking action to hold the Chinese to account. So it's very important for them to raise those, the Uyghur genocide in their interactions, bilateral meetings with the Chinese, to make sure that the Chinese understand this, and we expect immediate action to protect the integrity of those individuals and the safety and security and reuniting families who've been split up. I've just got 2 or 3 more things to say, and then I'll wrap up, and happy to take any questions along with the other speakers. One is around the fact that we know that the European Union, the Council of Europe, is responsible, generally speaking, through the High Representative for Foreign Affairs. And that's a very powerful position on the international stage, bilateral level across the world, UN level. That's a very important relationship. And European Union could use its economic power and influence to get China to make some changes on that. And then I think we've had, have we not, a virtual EU and EU and China summit only in the last few months, where this wasn't even on the agenda. And I think that needs to change, and that can be done through grassroots campaigns, conferences like this, highlight our leaders of the European Union, but also here in the UK, to take further action. And this moment, this is the moment where we have to stand up, because if you stand up against the oppression of the Palestinians or the Rohingya community, or what's happening in Kashmir, and you stay silent on what's happening in Uyghur, in Xinjiang, you have to take a stance, whatever the cost. And this is the moment that we need to take. And the European Union and European countries individually in their own foreign policy objectives should really be looking at China. Isn't a threat to the world, but is a threat to the Uyghur community. And unless that relationship improves, we shouldn't be able to see that happen in terms of how we address that. And my final thing is this. People will criticize human rights organizations. They will criticize people like Rana Bisharat for the excellent work that he's doing to bring a global response to these issues. I think it's our job, wherever we are in the world, to raise our voice, to stand with you, Rana Bisharat, and your organization, to do whatever you can. And as a call on me, day or night, I'll be there, sir, standing with you. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you, protect you, and may He continue to bless your work, very importantly. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
You need to unmute.
So much. Thank you so much. And now it's over to Ikuji. We are going to take, first of all, thank you so much, Mohammed Shafiq sir. And now we have 3 persons for the questions.
Is there anyone who wants to ask a question? You can raise your hands up and we'll let you in.
We can take only 3 questions right now.
Because we mute all the speakers' mic, so I think you can only.
No, sir, they can raise hands and we can take them too. Yeah.
If you can, please just raise your hands and
I think next you can invite Lord.
So far, there's no, can't see any hands being raised. We'll go to our next speaker, Dr. Fries, who's a UN observer and a speaker. He will be speaking about harmonizing human rights and leadership for the economy. Thank you very much, sir, for being here, and you're welcome. You can unmute to speak.
You have to unmute yourself, Ikoji. They can't. I think.
Dr. Feroze, are you here?
I think so. I didn't see this name in the speakers list right now. So we have to raise, meanwhile we are waiting for the Dr. Feroz.
No. We can invite Lord Kurban, the member of House of Lords, then Dr. Feroz. Dr. Feroz's time was 6 o'clock. So we have a 20 minutes to listen Lord Kurban. Lord Kurban, you are welcome, please.
Thank you, Rana Bisharat. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to you, everyone. I'm thankful to the International Human Rights Movement for inviting me here and to listen to some of the more very powerful first-hand information on Uyghur Muslims and the treatment by the Chinese authorities. Some of them were, I've only heard 2 of them. I was Mr. Dolkin was halfway through his speech when I came in, and I heard Azizi Sa Ilkum, and they were very powerful speeches and gave some insight of what is actually happening. As I believe, human rights they don't have religious or political boundaries, and we here in UK, certainly me and my colleagues, we treat them like that. So whatever religion or whatever country it might be where there is issue with the human rights, we take them seriously, we raise them wherever we can. We try to ask the governments to take action wherever possible. And what we, as I understand, defending human rights is those who are in parliaments or outside parliaments who give their time to defend human rights. I think it's a very noble cause, and for that I know Rana Bisharat, who has been a champion for defending human rights right across the world, and I very much salute his work and his colleagues. In the House of Lords, we have certainly I have spoken on human rights right across the world many of the times. Personally, myself, being a Kashmiri origin, I know what it means when people talk about human rights. But unfortunate thing is, the big powers, international powers, like the United States, like Britain, they have double standards. In some parts of the world, they will take the human rights abuses much more seriously than the others. Whereas I think these issues need to be taken very seriously, particularly when people are being illegally detained, tortured, killed, women are being raped, families are being separated. These are very serious issues, and we tend to have double standards in some parts. As I said, we are very much concerned what happens there, and others we are not. And what we have learned over the years, I've been in House of Lords for over 10 years now, and what we have learned is that the government normally takes their trade relations, they give more priority to the trade relations than human rights. They will talk about human rights in many countries, but don't take no action. For example, I mean, this, although I've learned from our colleagues from Xinjiang that the issues of their rights have been going on for years and years, ever since China took control of those areas. But certainly in the last 2 or 3 years, we've been hearing more about the serious nature of the human rights, and certainly they're very disturbing, and I am very upset to hear what is actually going on there. But I have to say I have been more concentrating on my origin of Kashmir, which is next door to Xinjiang, where things have been happening terribly, terribly bad over decades. And the British government has not been taking those issues seriously at all. I mean, where over 100,000 people have been killed, people are still being tortured. There are tens of thousands of people still in prison, and yet we have very strong relations with India. We don't want to even talk about human rights openly at all about India. Whenever there is questions on that, the British government just waters it down, plays it down, and so, oh yes, we are talking to India. We always talk to India. And similarly with China, they may come out with statements, the British government, but when it comes to action, I think one of the speakers before was absolutely right in saying that they don't follow with actions at all. They're just empty statements, and that should not be the case. I think what we ought to be doing is raising these issues very strongly, as I believe for example, in Kashmir, the United Nations Commission for Human Rights has never been allowed to go and investigate those human rights violations. Whereas I understand, and I I stand to be corrected if that information isn't correct, but I understand from the Reuters agency that beginning of March this year, the Chinese government has agreed for the Commission for UN Commission for Human Rights to come to China and look at the allegations of human rights with the Uyghur Muslims. Whether that is correct or not, I will be happy to listen to from the people from that region here in this panel today. But if it is, at least that's one step forward, and we would like independent people to go in there, go in Xinjiang and the other areas where there are reports of human rights, to check whether the situation there. Just as much I would want the UN Commission for Human Rights to go to Kashmir and check there as well, because all the human rights are the abuses reports are very, very serious, and they need to be investigated, and those responsible need to be they need to be brought to justice, and the people who have suffered, they need to be compensated and they need to be freed, and particularly those who are in detention, those who are behind the bars, those who are in torture camps, both or anywhere in the world, but particularly these two adjoining regions, the Kashmir and the Xinjiang, under two different governments, India and China. I think we ought to have those political prisoners, those prisoners who have been taken away from their own homes. They have been tortured, women have been raped. They need to be freed from that oppression. And these reports need to be investigated. I will do everything to raise these issues wherever possible, as I have done in the past. And I'll be happy to be informed, because I must admit that as much as I have contacts with people from other places in the world, very little information has been coming through to me from the Uyghur Muslims organizations. If they can keep in touch with me and keep me up to date with the situation, and then it will help me to keep raising the issue as I do with the other issues. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions at the end. And thank you very much for the International Human Rights Movement for inviting me, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuban Hussain. We'll take two questions. We will take two questions. We have Ragat raising up his hands. Can you unmute and ask your question, please? Can you please just unmute and ask your question, please?
Akuji, you and Mariam have to understand it is controlled Zoom, so whenever you need to invite anyone to speak, you can only unmute for the speaker. They cannot unmute themselves. Okay.
Okay. I think, Mara, you have to unmute. You have the full settings for it. I don't have that options to unmute anyone here.
Yes,
so if you can, please.
Yes, they are now unmuted. They can ask questions.
No, they're still muted. Their speakers are still muted. I don't have the options to unmute them here.
Okay, if you go on a right corner, there will be the ask to unmute.
Yes, sir. So we are doing the same thing. So now Habibullah Khan can ask questions. He's in mute.
Rana Basharat Ali Khan and all his team for arranging this informative conference in the support of Uyghur Muslims. I have a question about that. As we have held a conference for the Uyghur Muslims, why should not we have another conference in the support of Kashmiri brothers and sisters, as the same issue is going on there in Kashmir? we all are in the support of human rights. Human rights should not be violated. The question is that how can we sort out these humanitarian issues that is going on around in the world, like in China.
Who's going to answer the question? The question is open for any speaker to answer, please.
Okay, because he asked from the management, I think Habibullah Khan, we are doing for humanity from last 20 years in the United Kingdom. So Kashmir and Palestine, not only Kashmir, Palestine or Myanmar, all the human rights issue on our agenda, and we are doing step by step. Just for your information and the other member, this TFC 21 Time for Change conference will be the serial of the conference for next 2 years. So now we will invite our next speaker, Dr. Feroz. I will unmute him and hold on a minute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi everybody, Assalamu alaikum. Hello, good afternoon, good evening, most likely good morning to some part of the world. Thank you for inviting me, Rana Bashar Ali and the team. And this is a great event, and it's great to hear different views from different angles, which all converges into one thing: protection and preservation of human rights and fighting for the human rights, especially for the Uyghur Muslims. My topic today is to address you all with how to empower human rights and also the leadership in terms of making an impact on the global economy. Now, I want to focus this more towards the emerging concerns with regards to the genocide. We are talking about focus on the Uyghur Muslims. But before that, I think it is very, very important we understand the impact of human rights, what it produces, what it results in, where it takes us as a human being, and also as a nation within and extending across the globe. So if you are to just simply go back into a group of nations, especially a group of people, an ethnic group, there's always a target. The target normally is the minorities. So I'm focusing mainly on the minorities from the majorities over the totalitarian government. So when they have focused on a group of people, there are 2 or 3 different focuses towards that oppression. Number one, either it is purely socio-economic. Number 2 is it's more targeted towards an ethnic cleansing. The one we saw in Rwanda, the one we saw in Myanmar, and of course we are seeing in China. And the third one is that there is a systematic cleansing of either morale or religious values, or simply in implanting certain political ideas. And in my opinion, Uyghurs are subjected to all the 3. And what that means is that group of ethnic minorities, there is no escape, even given into certain modalities, there is no escape that they can escape that persecution. And what that means is the only option they have is flight out of that region towards the other regions. Of course, geographically closer, the more likely that they will be able to migrate, but most likely that the impact is felt globally. Now, when we are thinking about a group of people, we're talking about mass numbers, hundreds and thousands of people moving from one geographical region to another. There are significant ground changes which are very dynamic into a socio-economical aspect of that region. So very straightforward scenario is that there is directly a security impact of one group of people moving into another global area, which is, of course, is bound by political boundaries. So there is more security, which is also coupled with today's world threat, which is terrorism. And secondly, that there is massive economical impact. Those people who move, they need basic needs. For example, water, food, clothing, shelter. And all those have an impact on the areas where the mass moves. Now, we have two impacts. Number one is the economical reprisal within the area where they move out from, and then the area where they move to. And that's where the larger impact comes from. We are talking about global economy, so it doesn't shift in a day. It takes months to shift because these progressions of humanitarian crisis does take weeks or months before it can be impacted on the global economy. Now, we look at how it affects countries which may be nothing to do with this perpetration of the human rights violation. So we are not talking about the country which create the problem. We are talking about the countries who either are geographically adjacent to them or the ones who actually extend their arm to help out these communities or ethnic groups. So we are starting from China, going all the way to US and around the globe and coming back to China, because the economy is tied, right? It's tied. So it's not a single entity where it could survive itself. It's also tied, a country's economy is tied to the global economy. For that reason, the impact that country has, even though they're the perpetrators, it will go around the world and come back to you. So we're looking at different aspects of impact onto the global economy, but you can actually categorize them into 6 or 7 groups. Now, I remember reading an article from I think it's just trying to remember the name of the university, the New York Law School, who have got Human Rights Watch arm. I think in 2018 they produced a report. In that, they looked at about 10 years worth of human rights breaches involving global catastrophes, refugees, and also human rights breaches within their employment factors. And in that, they identified 6 or 7 individual aspects, how it impacts on human rights. I have it in front of me. So the first one is the security of persons. Obviously, we are talking about the individuals or the groups who've been affected by them. So their security is directly impinged. There is no safety for their lives, their belongings, their families. The second is the economical and social impact. Economical impact is very important, and it's almost immediate, because when a group of people have been persecuted, the first thing they lose is their resources, and that one of the main factors is the economical factor. And of course, the social rights. When there is genocide or when there is oppression going on, the community is broken, and that's the way the perpetrators can infiltrate. So they break the community. So there is no leadership, there is no infrastructure, there is no health or social support. And that's where the impact comes in as a person or as a family unit, that it becomes destabilized. Then you get civil and political rights. Obviously, we are going up the ladder now. We're going up the pyramid. So civil rights and political rights are the secondary facilities a community will have. So you would have just automatically lost that, because if you do have civil and political rights, the impact of the oppression is minimized, because of political protection will come in. Through political protection, you would actually have security. That doesn't come. The next one is the non-discrimination. Of course, as a human being, in a free country, you have got the right to everything, to defend yourself, your rights, and whatever is thought as your moral rights. And this is directly impacted in a situation of genocide, as well as in a systematic oppression. Next one is earning, the work and the labor rights, they are directly impacted. They have no jobs. And even the jobs they were given are more of a slave labor, and there is no rights. The other one is the right to communities, groups, including those indigenous people. And that has a very obvious breach, because these people do not have basic rights. They do not have fundamental rights. They were taken into camps in the ethos of retraining. So they are militarized in the sense of a social military. So they will not be able to sleep the way they want. They will not be able to eat things what they like. They will not be able to have an environment of being in a family. And the last one is effect on their security and accountability. So these are the tip of the pyramid, where when you have a free individual, the rights start as the basic rights, and right at the top, you have actually got the luxury of being able to vote, to be able to maintain certain social status, and also to be able to hold other people accountable. Now, which one of these 7 the Uyghurs haven't lost? I'm sure I don't have to answer. It's a rhetorical question. Uyghurs have lost all of them. They don't have a single aspect of those rights as citizens of a country or individuals who are living in a land. So you can see the impact, the direct impact of this on the socio-economical setup of those individuals, the ones who make the society, those ethnic group, and extending into the country. Now, as a group of a smaller minority nation, they would have to escape the repression, the oppression, the discrimination they have, to be able to earn back some bits of these 7 aspects of the rights. And that comes through migration. And how does it impact? Without going further into how much of social or financial effect it has on these individuals, let's think about the contribution or the illegal contribution that they were made to contribute to within the economy of China. So they were, as we all know, there are evidences to believe this group of people are subjected to slave labor. So that doesn't actually happen locally. They're being transported hundreds of miles away to factories to produce products which would be sold in the global market. So of course, the competition link or the ladder of competition is already defeated because of the slave labor. And that's why you find as the 2nd or 3rd largest economy, that the way how they maintain the economy within it is because of the slave labor. So we do understand, I don't want to go in details of that. There's kind of pages and pages of data we have here to be able to discuss. So my main point I want to elicit here is the oppression of a nation comes with a price, and there are psychological, social, moral, and economical impact of that. The impact which comes on directly on the world global economy is buffered through this kind of marginalization. And the way how the Chinese government marginalize it and also competes with the global economy is because of the slave labor. So where we need to focus as human rights activists, organizations who speak for the rights of these oppressed people, is bringing together our resources. So we bring our resources together as human rights organizations and individuals, also working with the UNHR, work with the world leaders to be able to put immense pressure onto the government to start to try to save back some rights for these oppressed people. And that can be done through global economic impact. So those countries who voice on TVs and on their political grounds, in their parliament, to speak for these people, the only thing they need to do, because everything else they have done in terms of propaganda, the only thing they need to do is to push on global economy, which would have a direct impact and control over the Chinese government. And that's what we need to press on, from where we stand, where we sit, where we talk, speaking to our political leaders. That is the only way we can push on to make a difference to Uyghur Muslims in China. That's all from me for now. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Feroza, for your speech. We'll take 2 questions now before we move on to Sheikh Dr. Hajar Ramzi. So can we just take 2 questions? We have Anamar, we have Mohammed. Mohammed, I'm going to unmute Mohammed so you can ask your question, please. Mohammed?
Assalamu alaikum. Dear, my question is that how we arise the voice against those persons who breach human rights time and again, such as in Palestine, such as in Uyghur Muslims in China and Bangladesh and Kashmir. So, recently in Balochistan, there were killed 2 children in front of their parents. So how we arise voice against of them? That's my question.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Is there anyone who would like to answer that question? Is there any of the speaker who would like to answer that question?
Yeah, sorry, I'll take
That's
that
okay.
question. So the short answer to that is bring an international resource to increase or the volumize the concerns of these people. So we are individually very concerned about these people. You see small news article here and there, occasionally comes on the newsroom, but there is no consistency to bringing up these kind of issues to the global ground. So what we need to do is to create a network. A good example is something like this conference we have. Bring a network where we can amplify voices from small areas and then keep consistently doing it. You know, you can move a mountain, right? Under 2 conditions. You need to have the right tools and you need to knock on it the right amount of time. So if you have the right tools, you do it enough times, we'll be able to rock a mountain or move a mountain. And that's the way we need to do. We need to bring up concerns concerning the Muslim world, and we need to have some leaders who are genuinely concerned about these people, this individual, this voiceless, and then we can have a setup. We can have a system put in place which will repeatedly bring this up until we find the resolution. If not, we'll come here, we'll talk for 5 minutes, and we'll go home. We'll make ourselves feel good that we have done something for the community, but nothing will change for them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Feroza. We'll have one more question, and that's from Tim Wills. Tim Wills, can you speak, please?
Yeah, thanks. This is thanks very much. That was a really, really helpful talk. My question is just it might be a bit of a tough one. You mentioned these this sort of way that that the international community can use economic pressures to bring some sort of change in this area. Are there any specific sanctions which you recommend the international community to start with? Any specific sanctions, and would those sanctions be related purely to exports which were made with slave labor, or just general sanctions on China?
Thank you, Tim. Asking, can I take this question as well?
Yes, you can.
Sure, thank you. I think really good question, really, really good question, because people say, do it, we need to do it. And the question is, how do you do it? I think the answer is threefold. Number one is Chinese economy mainly dependent on exports, as you know, right? So their main income is export. Tourism isn't as much. So the export has got 3 arms to it. Number one, the raw material. Number 2, the productivity, the resources you produce them. Number 3 is the trade links. You need these 3 parts to be able to manifest a small scale work into a multi-billion global trade. So regardless of whatever you do in any other modality, it has to be the export economy you control. That's the only thing you can make an impact to the government. So how do you do it? So if you say only the parts, only the product which come from slave labor, there'll be many ways in China they can mask that. You know that, and I know that, right? You can have product which is made, there is no way you'll find out where that's from. Because even those middlemen, or the ones at the top, those franchisees, franchisers, they actually will benefit from masking those products. So you cannot rely on only controlling the trade which come from slave labor. So you need to have a blanket policy. And that's the only way you can make it meaningful or practically workable. So the government, especially the larger governments in the world, would have to come together and put some kind of a sanction which actually filters through to the bottom, saying this needs to be done to be able to allow some sort of a free trade. Now, you and I know most of the countries have reciprocal business arrangement with China, on the table or under the table. We know that. When it comes to the third world, developing world is much worse than the developed world, because developers would have to follow legislation. It needs to answer to its cabinet. It needs to answer to its lawmakers. Whereas in the developing world, everything's just done as underhanded. Makes no difference. But the biggest economical income is from the developed world. And that is why the US, Europe, and the rest of the development would have to come together in terms of putting this sanction in. It needs to go, across the table. It has to be that every single product which is actually produced and delivered outside China would have to go through some kind of a stringent monitoring and also accountability put back into the Chinese government as the conditions of trade. And I think without coming into that stage, there will always be loopholes and it will not be meaningful.
Thank you very much for that insight. We're going to take one more question. And please, if you're asking any questions, it's important to direct that questions to the speakers so we know exactly who the question is directed to. Aziz, can you please ask your question, please?
Thank you for giving me the chance. I just want to give a few points about, I'm listening to 2-3 questions and special about Dr. Feroz Mubra's the explanation. Yes, about we have lots of talk about the Kashmir Rohingya Muslims and Uyghur Muslims and comparing all the relations. Please look at this current political relations with Pakistan, with China, India with China, and Myanmar with China. Pakistan and Myanmar is directly benefiting from China, and China supporting this country financially, militarily. And yet, Kashmir problem also makes things very, very difficult. This is like everything Uyghurs are just costing for their rights, for the human rights, for the independence because of Pakistan. The Pakistan's neighbor of East Turkestan, remember, from Gilgit to Kashgar is only about 300 kilometers. Second, about yes, sanction will be applied, and it will be vital to stop China's Uyghur genocide. But recently, US, Canada, and some of the European countries and UK already banned the import Chinese cotton exports, and it's already cried by Chinese government, and the people are talking about boycotting the Nike or H&M. That's really taking place now, but it doesn't. It will not enough to pressure on China, because recently the Wang Yi told, even if he made 20 with Iran. So all the kind of Chinese economic powers buying all the so-called Islamic countries all about Pakistan's dependence on the Chinese economy. Look about Turkey. Look about Saudi Arabia. Look about Pakistan. What do we need to speak to our government wherever we are, in Pakistan or in Turkey or in Iran? If you want to show the solidarity, if you want to show the humanity, stop this genocide first. So it takes long step we have to go, and there's no comparison anything about any other issues and make bargain about the put down the Uyghur crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the insights. Just to mention, we have observers from Organization of Islamic Operations (OIC), also from the Human Rights Council. And our next speaker will be MD Arif Islam. He's going to give us facts and figures of the Uyghur Muslims in China, what are unable to get access to trade, marketing due to discrimination, and the role of China's government. Do we have MD Islam here?
Ikuji, I think so we can move to Dr. Ramzi.
Okay.
So you can introduce the next speaker, please.
Okay, so the next speaker we have is Dr. Ramzi. He's going to be talking about global trends to highlight safety and Uyghur Muslims, especially women. Doctor, you're welcome.
Dr.
Doctor, are you there?
He is there, but his mic is not unmute. You need to unmute.
Am I unmuted? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
we can hear you, Doctor.
Okay, we'll start again. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. May peace and bless. I thank you, Rana Basharat, for inviting me. All protocol observed, and of course, I would like to read. Of course, usually I read from the what I write in, because if I say a million good things, nobody cares. And if I say one thing wrong, I don't know, the Chinas, the Burmas, the Sri Lankas, India, all coming, the lawyers coming to me. Therefore, I have to see what I'm saying, and God bless you all. I thank you, of course, for the welcome and the Aziz, very, very close friend, which, of course, said many things. Maybe I go over what Delkan said, and, of course, others. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm a director of ICD, Institute for Cultural Diplomacy, United Kingdom, director and trustee for the Universal Peace Federation, United Kingdom, director for Justice for Rohingya, UK, and of course, the director since 2017. And of course, director of the Oxford and Oxford Brookes Universities well-being. Now, my brothers and sisters in humanity, my apology. Let me start by saying there are around 2 million, as been said, of course, 2 million, 12 million Uyghurs, mostly Muslim, living in northwest China, in the region of Xinjiang. The Uyghurs land, Turkmenistan, officially named Xinjiang or Xinjiang in 1884. It has bordered with Kazakhstan and Mongolia. The Uyghurs have their own language similar to Turkish and see themselves as a culturally and ethnically close to Central Asian nation. Under Chinese control since 1949, when the Communist Republic of China was established. of what's happening in Xinjiang. China was hugely criticized for its detention of Muslim Uyghurs community at the United Nations Human Rights Council. Officially over 1 million and unofficially over 2.5 million Uyghurs kidnapped from their home and placed in a concentration camp, tortured, raped, murdered, subjected to cultural and ethnic cleansing. Their houses and assets been confiscated by the government. The man and the woman sent to slavery, death camp, and their children were sent to orphanage, were sheltered in a pen, treated worse than animal. No human right. Correct me, Brother Aziz and Dorkan, if I'm wrong. In the camps, they have been used as a guinea pigs in laboratories. Many have been killed just for their bodies part to be sold in the world free market. I said it a few years ago in the House of Lords and the House of Commons. That's true. They have been subjected to electrical torture, subjected to 24 hours observation. If any of them been about the prayer, to pray, they get tortured or they've been disappeared for good. Uyghurs are not allowed to speak their language, as they have been told to renounce their God, Allah, renounce their Islam, and submit to self-declared atheist government of China. They are subjected to treatment worse than a Holocaust, worse than a Holocaust. I talk to many Jewish and they know their pain because they went through the similar evil situation in the Holocaust. My brothers and sisters in humanity, it's very important. Western government, including in Europe and United States and Canada, has had the harshest word for China and demanded that China abolish all form of illegal detention and release them. But the China does not close these. China said, of course, in reply, China said, these are the re-educational centers. I say, with the rest of the world, if the physical, mental, and spiritual torture, waterboarding, castration, and all type of slavery, killing, ethnic cleansing are called a re-educational center, I don't know what is the definition of the Chinese government. My brothers and sisters, let me tell you that China slowly, that's true. Let me tell you that if we don't do anything, China slowly will kill all or destruction of 12 million Uyghurs. It will do that. If we, and another nation, other government, especially the Muslim government are asleep. Muslim government are asleep or scared. Has to be united. 2 billion Muslim around the world. If we not intervene and I say silence, these 12 million will perish. Beside of the camps, government has started to put people in the Xinjiang, in the Xinjiang. And if anybody say anything, they put them straight in a concentration camp. And gone, finished. No passport to escape away. They have been taken away. No medical, no schools, and many other restrictions. James Millward, a professor at Georgetown University, said about this government, trying to drive them out of the country. They are trying to hold them in the country. Hold them in the country. Meaning slavery and genocide. My brothers and sisters, it is all because they are Muslim. It is all because they are Muslim, they are religions. They believe in the God, Allah. And they want to go follow their simple religion and have their basic human right. And they treat it like an animal. The greedy government of China is after their land and after their wealth. For your information, of course, I think Brother Aziz said, for the information, Xinjiang owes with the natural gas, oil, gold, salt. Xinjiang is China's largest supplier of fruits and of course cotton. Means a loss of oil, and China does not let it unless the world goes and stand up in front of China. My brothers and sisters, they're doing exactly what the government of Burma done to million Rohingya. I'm sure you know the stories. But Rohingya escaped, million escaped. But Uyghur cannot escape because they cannot go anywhere. May the Lord Allah protect them. Our organization, we are trying to promote that. The Uyghur in China need your helps, before it becomes another Holocaust. Several conferences, of course, has been organized for the Durkan. Durkan come to the United Kingdom, and several organizations, several conferences we done for him with the other organization which we had. Is the current president of the World Uyghur. Has been subject to many things which I'm so sorry for him. They did not let him to go to the United Nations. He's a part of the United Nations. They did not. China vetoed him. He is not allowed to go inside while China was there. What are you going to do about it? Several conferences has organized, of course, as I said, and of course we have a Sister Rahima Mahmoud, one of the directors of the Uyghur Congress, an advisor for the Interparliamentary Alliance. Many meetings and conference has been by our organization, has been organized for her to say the situation, what is happening. I say she's of course a great activist. She does an excellent job for her people. She hasn't seen her family for a long time. Like a Durkan, which couldn't see that for, and many other brothers. Our organization was involved with the China's tribunal full judgment released 2020. This tribunal in London, many witnesses from Xinjiang, tortured and families are missing, came and testified against the China concentration camp. The tribunal find Chinese government guilty of total human right violation. Of course, the court was leading with the Sir Jeffrey Nice, close friend. And just a few days ago, and sanctioned the Sir Jeffrey with 8 other people. My brothers and sisters, we participated in many of course demonstration in front of China's embassy in London. Many. Ourselves, Falun Gong, Hong Kong, Tibet. These are important as well. We have to get all together. Our international barrister of justice for Rohingya and justice for the Uyghurs is the same. Michael Pollack. Michael Pollack said about the sanction, it is disgraceful and against the law to sanction the government of the UK. or the barristers or QCs of the UK, and they're going to do. What can we do, my friends? What can we do is very important. Is a few years is that if we don't do it, at the moment, yesterday I was hearing that one of the reporters, top reporters on Uyghur been sent to Taiwan, says you are not allowed to be here. And if we can't hear it, doesn't mean that 12 million are relaxed. We have to go forward, non-stop. We have in the United Nations to bring the China to justice. Muslim government around the world, they are sleeping. Must go against the brutality of the China. It could happen to you next. Freedom of a religion in China. Only Christian are bothered. Falun Gongs, Tibetan, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and all. The China is bullying. Basic human right for all. And of course, there are, my brother and sister, the last thing I would like to say is a donation. There are around 1,000 families of the Uyghurs went to the Turkey. From there, they escaped to the Turkey, and they need your donation as well. If you talk to the sister, find the Google sister Rahima Mahmoud, you will find what she's doing. The people are desperate. They want to do it. But sister, we never stop. We never until free the Uyghurs and free the, of course, people from India and all other, which we're talking, of course, we are to go freedom of Kashmir from India and freedom of the Rohingya, which has to go back. 1 million has to go back. We never stop until bring peace and justice to the world. God bless you all, and thank you for listening. If there are any question, I can say. If it's not.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Thank you very much, Dr. Arif Islam, for that deep insight speech. I'm going to pass on the mic to my co-host, Mariam Khan. Mariam?
Thank you so much. And we are moving forward. One more speaker. This is MD Ariful Islam, and he's going to Muslims in China, which are unable to get access in trade and marketing due to discriminatory role of China's government. So it's over to MD Ariful Islam. Ariful Islam sir, are you with us? Towards our next speaker, this is Dr. Rashid Kara Ahmed. And Dr. Rashid Kara Ahmed is going to speak how Uyghur Muslims in China affects in productive resources, finance, and advisory services to build a sustainable future. So Dr. Rashid Kara Ahmed, it's over to you.
I think you need to unmute, Mariam. This is a problem.
Yes, sir, this is already unmuted.
Assalamu alaikum. Deputy Secretary General, the Global Humanity Mission responsible for the Middle East, Advisor Secretary General of High Commission for Human Rights in Turkey. Hello, everyone. Now the world changes. Now the economic changes. Why we see China killed poor people? Everywhere problem. China produce a fact for COVID-19. Everyone not speak about this. and produce medical. No, every country he can get medical from poor people in Africa or another people. Not everyone the same one. We together, between me and you, nothing different. We all live under one sky. We believe one God. Why this problem around the world? We must, and every president around the world going to China, we must say stop wire. We must say stop killing. I'm sorry, I am hearing another person. Why we not invite every person speak about every businessman around the world, stop training from China. We must say stop. We don't need dictators like Putin, like China, like Bashar al-Assad, many country problem. Why? Why don't make everywhere beautiful? We need page. If you are a humanity person, what you can do if you don't have Human Rights Watch, what he can do? Please tell me. He can stop the wire in Syria. 10 years people pay everything. There is no person, he cannot get bread. He cannot go to hospital. He cannot make nothing. Why? If we speak now from tomorrow, because we haven't power, we need power. Now the democracy everywhere. In the past, now new generation. Now people mind open, not closed. You must respect everyone everywhere. Muslim, Christian, Jewish, no problem with us. Every person, but we must work together. We must say together, stop wire. Why China making problem about Uyghur people? You know, about gas. There is gas, there is gold, there is many mineral. Why Russia making problem for Syria? You know, about gas in sea, about petrol. Nobody, he cannot stop wire in Syria. Why? I cannot see. Union Nation director, what he can do for us? Tell me, everybody there. You can tell me, everybody, about one thing about Syria. Veto from China, veto from Russia, veto from Iran. What propaganda, media, lie, everything lie. We need reality. We need work together, reality. We need the truth. I respect everyone there. I'm sorry if I speak very strong words. I respect everyone. I respect Human Rights Watch. But we must do things, not speak and do about Uyghur people. Tell me, ladies and gentlemen, we can change the world together. The law, now we must change. We must, every country respect the law. Justice, very important. Very important for all countries, not speak. Only speak, we don't need on the land, not under the table. Thank you for all. I'm sorry if I speak wrong words. I give chance another person.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to have two questions for Dr. Rashid Kara. If we have few, and this is Asim Zafar. Asim, you can ask the question, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Firstly, I would like to thank Rana Basharat. My question is that why only Muslim communities suffering much as compared to other religion over the globe, as every country has its own laws, ordinance, orders to protect their citizen, their life, their liberty, their safety, and morality in this regard. But despite of that, Muslims are suffering, like in China, Palestine, Burma, and even in India. Even superpower of this globe working to resolve this. Many human rights organizations and movements are working to overcome this, but there is no still fruitful result. So what are the possible solutions to overcome this? That's all.
The God give every high quality material. Every country Muslim, there is problem. There is petrol, there is gas. That is a problem, not Muslim people problem. All people around the world the same. The problem for economic. The politica going with the money. Politica. If you haven't money, you cannot have anything. You must get power. From where you can get power to live reality? Technology grew up very fast. Now the world very small. We can speak now. I am from Turkey. I speak with America. I speak with the India now. Very small the country, but many presidents now. We must change. The people not having the problem. Only president have. China president, he make problem for people Uyghur. Why? There is gas, there is gold, there is uranium, many things there. In Syria, 10 years, I am Syrian nationality. 10 years, nobody, he cannot stop the wire. Why no minister, 10 minister, if he can go to Syria, can he stop the wire in Syria? But nothing, we cannot see. 10 president, if he can go to Syria, he cannot, he can make stop in wire. But president problem. Now, I wish from the God, the Biden coming, he bring with him democracy, maybe together build new generation. We can build technology, we can build hospital, we can build university, we can learn to people how be humanity, how we can love together. Don't kill person. Don't kill poor people. If you need ask me any question, I can speak with you reality.
Mariam, are you online?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay. So thank you so much, Dr. Rashid Kara. Irsa. Irsa, are you with us? You are unmuted from my side. Can you? Yes. So you
Yes,
can ask
yes,
questions.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah. So my question is, basically my opinion is, the things are going in the China. Why they are doing this Muslim? Same question as the person asked. I forgot the name. So the same question is going from me, that why is that doing doing for the kids? If any of the Chinese person, if any of the Chinese Uyghur don't allow or don't follow the rules of the China, so they must apply their rules on them. But if they are living peacefully, they are following their rules, that why is the issue of, I mean, there is no point to violate them physically or to hurt them emotionally or physically. That's my point and that's my question.
So
Why they are doing?
Okay. So Dr. Rashid, are you ready for the?
Repeat again, because hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Okay, we have Arif Khan sir with us. So Arif sir, you can answer this question, please. Arif sir, you are unmuted from my side. Can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Carrying on from that lady's question, what Dr. Rashid Kara said, that we did not understand. The meaning of that question was, you stated that the whole world is fighting for gas.
Yes.
And power, yes?
Yes.
The similar question to that lady's follow-up is, what would China benefit killing Muslims within their country? Similarly, what happened in Myanmar, Burma, what would they benefit from gas by killing Muslims?
Yes.
Kashmir is suffering. There is no gas in Kashmir. So my question to you is, killing Muslims within their own country, how would they benefit gas from that?
I do have another question, please, if you allow me.
Yes, you can, please.
Okay. So the question is, if the Uyghur Muslims are doing the Uyghur Muslims, China knows about his population and his reputation all over the world. China is known as a very economical powerful country, you know. So it is not only about the Uyghur Muslims. What China thinks is, what he's doing with the people, Uyghur Muslim, he's violating them. So why he's not like thinking about his own status? This will destroy his own status and all the standards. This double standard thing of China will destroy his are working as the economical hub for China. So why could China do this? Can any country allow that other person be? Me as a Pakistani, I must say we respect China a lot, but by doing this act, including Pakistan, all over the world, most of the Muslim countries will become against to the China. So why China is up to his own respect? Why he isn't even afraid of losing his all the status all over the world?
Uyghur Muslim land very important because geographic. China used about Uyghur people.
Can you hear me?
Allow me.
Yeah, Dr. Ramzi
Yes.
also wants to answer.
If you allow me to explain a few things,
Yes,
is that because I've been involved in the of course Kashmir, which I'm the one of the representative of the Kashmir. I help Kashmir. I'm advisor of the president on the interfaith. Sardar Masood Khan, advisor on that, which how we can through the interface save the Kashmir. It is very important because these countries, again, sister, because these countries has oil, because these countries has like in Myanmar, the Myanmar people, they had 2 billion pound a year. And why should the government doesn't take it? They kill him, they rape him, they destroy him, and take a land. Government take a land, 2 billion pound. That's the money which they take in it. And of course, exactly the same is in China. They wanted the Uyghurs want a human right, for themselves, and he said, "We don't give you. You are a slave." You're a slave and you work for us, as they doing it. And if you say anything is that, and they call you any name, terrorist, that 5 years old woman, 70 years old woman to the concentration camp, they say she's a terrorist. Terrorism what? These are the important, and the Kashmir again, and the Rohingyas. When happened to Rohingya, I said, please everybody go there, because we're gonna have the same somewhere else's. And next one was India, and the next one is this one, and then another one gonna happen again, unless the Muslim come together united nation in the world. We are the strongest nation in the world. If 2 billion get together, yes, we can help. If it's not, and everybody fighting with each other, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we completed our first session with the all invited speakers. And thank you so much. The first panel of the speakers, we have a great discussion from all of you, and voting team is with us, and they are side by side compiling your points
Yes.
as the part of for the part of the newsletters, newspapers, or on different media pages as well. So thank you so much. And Ikoji, and from my side, we are going to hand over this moderation to our next co-host is Abdul Malik and Ms. Ishrat. Are you with us, both of you?
Let me continue 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
Why 10 years problem in Syria, nobody he can make stop? One president, Bashar al-Assad, around all the world, killed how many persons? Veto Russia coming, veto Iran coming. Why? Nobody, he cannot speak about Bashar al-Assad. If your sister or your mother killed between your hand, the front of your eye, what you can make? In China, the same. In Uyghur, the same.
With all respect, of course, I've been involved with the Syria raising funds and millions of pounds for the poor people and for, of course, refugee in the Turkey and everybody else with the Islamic Relief, Muslim Aid, Human Hand, and all you name it, which I'm a fundraiser for them. But important is, my brother, the important is this is a different issue with the taking, for example, taking the Kashmir. It's a completely different issue with the Uyghurs and Rohingya. These are completely different issues. Then we have to get a different way, and of course we respect what you say and what the good people of the Syria saying. Excellent people. I have a housemate 100 years ago, whatever. We had a house there, of course, in the university or whatever we were doing. But important thing is these are different issues which we have to solve it in different ways. At the moment, Uyghurs and Kashmir and Rohingya is important. The rest, of course, we have Yemen. Look at the Yemen. We are not talking about the Yemen because Yemen is the same situation, Muslim fighting Muslims. We are not at the moment, we are talking about what happening. This is totally different. All are important, and inshallah we all bring human justice to the world, but these are different issues. May Allah bless you and may Allah bless the...
Let me continue, brother, let me continue. I told Yunan Athena, refugee died in the sea. Why? The refugee, where is he can go? Front of Yunan, after him, water, sea, you must die in the sea. That is democracy. Only Turkey help people, poor people around the world. Only from many countries, refugee, from many countries, not only Syrian people. Turkey help every person. Thank you, government, Turkey.
Can I make a very brief point about this argument?
Yes.
Very briefly, I will go first for Irsa Hassan. Look, yes, I respect your freedom of speech. Respect your choice. But before you say, remember, Uyghur genocide is a humanitarian crisis now. Every human being, if you count yourself as a human, you have to stand up for this atrocity. Watch on the BBC reported, watch on the, read all the Amnesty Internationals. Only, I know there's a huge propaganda going on in Pakistan by the Chinese government directly. And the Chinese government reported, look at the BBC, look at all the Western media, look at the hundreds, thousands of Uyghur people's witness, and also listen to me. 4 years I have spoken to my parents. I only heard my father died. 2 years later, I found from the Google Earth my father's tomb was destroyed. Also, you have to remember before you show respect to the to the Chinese people or Chinese government. For the point, an occupational force, China occupies Uyghur's country, destroyed everything. Do you think Uyghurs show respect to that government? If you are Muslim, if you stand for Ummah, if you stand for the solidarity, do you stand with the ASS China or do you stand for the Uyghur Muslims? Ask your heart. Second, as I said, there's comparison about Syria, Kashmir, Burma even, Myanmar. Syria to war zone. Can you speak to Kashmir directly? Can you call to them? I cannot call. Listen about severity of this crisis. This is one of the largest Holocaust since Second World War. We are not talking about 100,000 people or 1 million people. All inter-Uyghur people now targeted by the Chinese regime, racially profiled, destroyed everything. And they look around, not only believe your government's propaganda or Chinese propaganda. I will stop now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And move for the next session. And I'm going to hand over my two co-hosts. This is Abdul Malik and Ms. Ishrat. It's over to you. Thank you.
Malik, you need to unmute yourself.
Both of are unmuted from our side, but please.
I think you're having a problem.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Now it's unmuted. Now, thank you very much. Now, sir, with your permission, can we announce our next speaker? Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Please move on.
Yes. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dr. Shyama Mohammed, Ambassador at large from Egypt. She's also a chairwoman of the board of Falcon Institute and founder of the Earth 51 Institute of Sustainable Development. Ma'am, over to you.
Dr. Shamaya, are you with us, please?
She has texted me 2 minutes ago
Okay.
that she is in.
مسموح اطرح
Yeah.
سؤال يا دكتوره ولا لسه دوري ما جاش؟ اتفضل يا فندم.
Hello. السلام عليكم
Yeah,
ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Yes.
Peace, mercy, and blessing of God be upon you. I send greetings of Islam to all of you, which is to greet all gentlemen, the honorable independence attends of this important conference, and I thank all those in charge of this big meeting, which discuss a very impacted topic. Dispense words. Hello?
You need to unmute yourself, please.
Okay.
No, we can listen to you.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, you can speak now, please.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I'm so happy to be with you now. I'm Dr. Shaimaa Mohammed Sharqawi from Egypt. I'm the large Egypt ambassador of IHRM committee, and I am also chairman Institute of Falcon for Strategic Studies. And let me send you all of my greetings. Peace, mercy, and blessing of God be upon you. I send the greetings of Islam to all of you, which is to great old gentlemen, the honorable attendance of this important conference. And I thank all those in charge of this big meeting, which discuss a very impact topic about it and our stance towards Uyghur Muslim. Who are they and what are they exposed to in China? The definition Uyghur, firstly, they are a Turkic ethnic minority that belongs ethnically and culturally to the general region of Central and East Asia. Uyghurs are known as citizens of Turkmenistan, Uyghur of China. The largest community of Uyghurs who live in another region of China is in Taiwan country, North Center, Hunan. What about United Nations and its reports? Now I talk about civil working towards this sorry. Uyghur. The United Nations has repeatedly expressed in its concern after reports of mass arrested of Uyghurs and has called for the release of those detained in re-education camps. However, China denies these charges and admits to detain some militants of or for what it describes as Islamist militants and separatists of fomenting unrest in the region. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights had confirmed that it had received many reliable reports about that detention of about 1 million people from the Uyghur minority in center. In 2019, the Commission of Human Rights said that the China's authorities had arrested all those who had relatives in 26 countries around the world, and everyone who had contact with person apart through even WhatsApp. The latest report spoke of the Chinese authorities forcing Uyghur women to take and subject them to prevent them from having children. On another side, a BBC investigation in 2019 showed that the Chinese authorities are separating children from their families after placing parents in these camps. A Chinese official told the BBC that authorities put children are in these camps. But Dr. Adrian Zins, to whom the BBC was entrusted with the task of carrying out this investigation, indicated that these schools represent the ideal environment for erasing the original culture of this community. He added that this school aimed to raise a generation of Uyghurs completely cut off from culture, customs, and indigenous language of this minority. In September 2020, a study conducted by the Australian Strategic Policy Institute showed that the Chinese authorities have increased the frequency of detention of Uyghurs in camps, as it was found that the number of Uyghurs is steadily increased, which reveals the Chinese authorities' announcement that the number of these camps, million men and women, According to the Institute, the number of these camps currently stands at 380, which is 40% more than previous estimates. Work is still underway in 14 additional camps, arbitrary actions of the Chinese government. The government began implementing a set of laws since the beginning of whereby state employees in public places, including passenger stations and airports, are required to prevent women who completely cover their bodies, including their faces, from entering these facilities and reporting them to the police, and not allowing Uyghur children to go to school. Finally, based on the foregoing, civil work societies around opposition from the Chinese government regarding Uyghur Muslims, which makes it difficult to work on their protection or knowledge of their real conditions and then aid them. Thank you very much from me and from Egypt, Dr. Shaimaa Shar'awi. Thank you.
Abdul Malik, you need to unmute your mic. I just done it. You need to check it from yourself. Otherwise, Mariam or Ikoji can come on the. Mariam, invite the next guest, please.
Yes, sir. Yes. So we are going to invite next of our speaker is Gul Nawaz Khan. Gul Nawaz Khan is the barrister by profession, and he's going to speak on improving the lives and livelihoods of Uyghur Muslims population. Sir Gul Nawaz Khan, it's over to you for.
You need to unmute him.
Yes, sir. Yes. So you are on mute now, please.
That's fine. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Thank you very much for inviting me for that. It was basically from Dul Khanisa when he was telling the experience of what his parents has gone through. And what he was sharing was indeed we all feeling sorry for that. And I really appreciate Rana Bisharat Ali Khan that for his initiative, what he took, for that's the unheard voice. So many people, and including this group, there's people that until we have gone through the research, until we have seen all these things, then we came across that what the situation is how complex the situation is. About the country, that country is the world's 4th largest country in terms of area. And is the most populated country with 1.4 billion people that's living there. And it cannot be accepted from that large scale of the country that they are doing with their own people.
That is the password.
Right. So, right. So I believe that it's based on reality, it's based on his personal experience, whatever he said. And it was in detail. I think so the information, what he shared, what he has explained all these things are not available in media. In media, but it is not easy nowadays to hide these kind of stuff because Netherlands, US, Canada, BBC, including BBC, they are mentioning all this. I mean, the problem is there's very less on all information based on guess, because of we understand that China is the country because they have a quite control on you can say in media, in everywhere. Even I've been in China twice. Google doesn't work there. You will be surprised to know. Even WhatsApp doesn't work there. You'll be surprised to know Facebook doesn't work there. If you are there and if you want to be in touch with your native country back home, it will be difficult unless you install information or install WhatsApp replaced by WeChat. Facebook, they have their own setup. Google, you can't operate Google at all. You only operate once you come to your hotel and you attach with Wi-Fi. Keep the IP address. Otherwise, if you are in China, you are totally disconnected with the rest of the world unless until you download their application. That's what is the experience what I had. In terms of the why my topic is today, that how to improve, how can we improve the lives, and what is the proposal and suggestions. And I also is doing his best whatever he can in his personal capacity and being a president of Uyghur Congress. And these are the people, whenever we say, unfortunately, that's the reality, either in Kashmir, either in Palestine, either in Syria, in Iraq. Unfortunately, that's the true and bitter reality. This is most of them are facing, they are Muslim. Why? This is a separate chapter. But at this minute, my topic is how we can improve. How can we give suggestion for to improve the lives of the Uyghur Muslims? They are not in hundred, they are not in thousand. In fact, they are in millions. So far statistics says they are around 12 to 14 million humans, Muslims. It doesn't matter their faith is, but they are human as well. So one first suggestion is organize a petition asking politicians to condemn these violations of human rights. So this is possible through petitions, which petitions can, because this is an era. So petition, for example, even in UK, if around 10,000 people plus 10,000 people, if they raise any petition, so then it is basically it's mandatory sometime for the parliament, they should hear about that. Second suggestion is make a call to the International Olympic Committee to not allow China to host the 2022 Olympics without closing the internment camps. That's the second suggestion. Third suggestion is human rights need to be protected. And fourth, nations around the world need to come together to pressure China on its treatment of ethnic minorities in Xinjiang, Uyghur Autonomous Region. And fifth is organizations conference with the high official of China, where all representatives working for human rights meet and discuss about the Uyghur Muslims and atrocities. Sixth, let them live in decent community, let them enjoy the of China, give them opportunity to apply for decent jobs in China. Seventh, there need to be sanctions against those who violate human rights. There need to be a total ban on sterilizing, because there are news. So in mass level, so in camps, especially in so-called re-educational camps, so women, they are being sterilized, even children, they are apart from their families. Rightly said that the children, they don't know about parents and parents don't know about children. But there are some, whatever allegations are there, and same time, China is denying all these allegations repeatedly. I was watching an interview in BBC when Ambassador of China, he was there, and he was shown a number of videos. There are thousands of you can arrested people, they've been migrated or they've been taken by train. And BBC person, the anchor was asking him, what is this? And the master is explained, this is actually only, it is not the Uyghur Muslims, and this is some other part of the China, and these are maybe transfers, migration of one jail to other jail. So problem is though, because the facts, there are a number of allegations, and China is denying all these allegations unless there are real footage or real evidence, it is difficult to act upon. The only suggestion what I can further give here, so delegations from human rights or from UN, so they should go there and they should investigate the matter. Like in Kashmir, number of time UN delegations been there, and same way petition can be raised, and delegation from UN should go to China, in the northwest part of China where this issue is going on, so that they can investigate the matter, and then after investigation, then reality will be revealed properly, and that may be another suggestion for that purpose. These so-called educational camps need to be demolished as soon as possible, because China is saying all these camps, these are so far numbers. This is a committee by Australia. They figure out around 380 plus re-educational camps are there. China saying these are actually scheme to eliminate the poverty, but rest of the world is saying these are not scheme, but actually these are re-educational camps. These are for basically kind of the camps where the torture, other unhuman treatment is happening is to the humans. It's a kind of unpaid slaves or slaves, because that part of China is very rich in cotton. Probably 40% of the cotton in the world supplied from that part of China. And number 9 is easing discrimination inequality. Han Chinese and Uyghurs reside in relatively segregated communities in Xinjiang and really have meaningful daily interactions, while contemporary migration patterns have played a role in fostering this situation. It is also a product of economics, the relatively lower wage Uyghur and higher wage for Han Chinese, because there's two kinds of Chinese living there. One is Han Chinese and other one is Uighur Muslims. So Han Chinese live in the communities they can afford, creating geographical deviance and lack of opportunities for daily conduct in absence of meaningful contact. The two groups primarily learn about the other through mass media that often depict Uyghur negativity and in some cases as dangerous threat. So media of China, they can play a good part on that. This is another suggestion. So these are the allegation. Let's say, for example, is allegation, but media of China, they can expose if something is bad going on, because if media is in the rest of the world media, they can play their part. We have seen that even you search Google, others, you will see very little information you will be able to find. Whatever information is shared by Mr. Dulkan Isa or shared by Aziz Isa Al-Kun, so these information are unfortunately not available on media, because controlled by China's government on their own media is totally different from the rest of the world. So the Chinese state should therefore be encouraged to promote positive portrayals of Uyghurs in everyday life in a state-controlled mass media. 10, the voice of Uyghur Muslims need to be heard when it comes to protection of human rights. Let their voice be heard. Let them have the freedom of speech. And Uyghur China to stop targeting Uyghurs. Up to 1 million predominantly Muslims, ethnic minority people are being arbitrarily detained in transformation through education camps in Xinjiang, northwest part of China. High officials around the world need to work together to pressure the authorities to stop targeting those minorities. Nowadays, if you can't do anything, the easiest way to expose, especially when the other parties is quite big. One of my participant colleagues gave example here that when there is a mountain, you have to make kind of a strategy. It may not be overnight, but it's a possibility by strategy. And nowadays, strategy is expose. And when you expose someone and something, so then it is easy that the voice can be heard. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your fruitful session. So our next speaker is Fatima Al-Mansouri, and she is the ambassador of and director of Sustainable Humanitarian Development Educations and Training and Consultancy and United Nations SDG Goals Ambassador. And will talk about the relevance of subject, how our Human Rights International will help to Uyghur Muslims in China get access for better economic resources. So I would like to leave the floor for Fatima Al-Mansouri. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ishrat. Before Fatma Mansouri, I would like to thank Barrister Gul Nawaz Khan Sahab. Thanks to be with us, and you are definitely in the sessions. So next, after one speaker, we are going to open the questions as well. So kindly stay with us. Thank you. So now it's over to Fatma. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm here speaking to you from the United Arab Emirates, from Abu Dhabi. I'm actually from Bahrain, and I would like to share my experience working with the refugees. Actually, my experience with the refugees is very minimum, I can say, or humble, since 2018 only. But I have things that maybe if I can share the slides, I can show you some photos and I can show you some of the experience, especially with the minorities, especially because our subject today is in regards of minorities and their religion. So if you can allow me to share the slides, I will be showing some photos from my experience and sharing also some information about the Sustainable Development Goals as an SDGs ambassador to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I'm really glad and I appreciate your invitation to speak today. So I'm waiting for the response in regards of the slides, and now I will be sharing it. Just a second. Okay. We have the slides now going. Let's see. Yeah. Should be showing. Okay. So to begin with, when it comes to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, I have to say, frankly, they are not highlighting very much the minorities, but it is included in some of the goals. So as a founder of my establishment of the Sustainable Humanitarian Development, it's important for me to do education and training and consultancy in most cases. And what I'm going to follow is because doing our clinic work, the community and the humanitarian initiative, all based on educating the basically crowds. So sharing my experience at several refugees camps, highlighting especially Bangladesh and their ongoing suffering, especially because they are currently experiencing tragic times during the terrible fires that broke Monday. It broke out in the camps, hundreds of missing people, casualties, dead people, camps and clinic and schools even are burned down to the ground. Even the aid centers that they have, or the little that they have, is now gone. So to begin with, as I spoke about the Sustainable Development Goals and as SDGs ambassadors, I just have to highlight a little bit about the goal number 10, which is reduced inequality. So the United Nations have launched these goals 6 years ago at the General Assembly, and they have promised to fulfill human rights to equality and non-discrimination across the 17 goals. But goal number 10 has the most, let's say, relevance to the subject of that we are talking about today. And I am, as an ambassador, I have to say the truth. I love these goals. I love achieving no hunger, no poverty, and good health, good education, equality, and everything. But I think with what we are seeing today and what we are talking about today in this conference, I think it is important also that we, I think in the future, maybe this is like 2030 in the future, maybe they should do some amendments that they can highlight more and have like even, I think a specific goal to target what is going on to the minorities. So the main motto of the global goals, the United Nations global goals, is leaving no one behind. So to leave no one behind. And the goal number 10 targets the most relevant to our subject, that by 2030, we hope to all together as humanity to empower and promote social, economic, and political inclusion of all, irrespective of their ethnicity or religion or any other thing. So, and to ensure equal opportunities for everyone and reduce inequalities, specifically of income. But when we are talking about major things that are happening right now to minorities, even this goal, when it highlights these things, it is still not enough. So we still need to do more. We still need to demand that more targets are added to the global goals and to the agenda to achieve actually better goals. So, as you can see here in goal number 10, they have also discrimination laws, policies, and practices to promote appropriate legislations and policies for this in this regards. So hopefully, if we speak all together, then and we continue putting pressure and using our social media channels, using the actual media channels to share and to educate everyone about the importance of highlighting and shedding light on the tragedies of minorities, then probably have a little more have it included a little more in the targets and in the global goals as well. So when it comes to minorities, the key points message to every resident coordinator of the United Nations all over the world globally is the key points that you see here, that the problem is that there is no definition who constitutes minority, and there is no actual definition of that, and the lack of a problem in regards of recognition. So when we want to constitute the problem, when there is no actual clear definition, it becomes difficult to secure the rights of the minority groups within state or a country. But with the recognition that we need to provide the minorities, at the end of the day, the best thing that we can do is training and education. So rights, the recognition of minorities, it is solely for the state to decide, but putting pressure and more education and having the resident coordinates of every country paying attention to this matter, step by step, we can reduce the inequalities and we can help reduce the suffering, and together we can promote a better understanding of what is going on and how we can improve even those. If you can see here, the right of minorities of self-identity on the basis of their national ethics and religion and the character, everything is there, but how do we implement it more? It all depends on training and education. So if you look at it this way, it becomes a little bit like each one of us, each individual has the power to educate people around, so that we can help reduce these issues and problems all over the world. But when it comes to our main topic today in China, this needs a little bit of more understanding of what is going on, because when it comes to these things, when it comes on a larger scale, it needs, I will say it is very sad, but there is very little movement until there is a political motivation, which is really difficult and very sometimes, with all due respect to everyone, but sometimes there is a small story or a one person story, and it goes all over the news, all over the media, because there's an agenda, political agenda, so everybody pays attention to it. But when it comes to hundreds or thousands of people suffering, you may notice that there is less highlight on that, less news on your newspaper, daily newspaper, not much pressure, because there is not much political interest. We have to accept that this is what is going on, and everybody knows that. But together, if we create this kind of pressure through the media, including social media, and then we can create this kind of pressure that can help create the necessary changes. So as you can see in the slides, this is available on the United Nations website of how they guide the resident coordinator of the United actually tackle these issues. Nothing much to be done other than training, as we will see in the next slide. Training and education. So the role of the coordinator in each country will be to actually understand the issue and to have an action plan and try to have the capacity to and team share such knowledge and achieve the target of including a training of anti-discrimination and minority rights, and to help develop and include and support minority-related issues, and the effort to implement programs and combat racial discrimination, protect minorities. So it's all about training and teaching people at the smaller level. This is all what we can do right now, and for such to be negative. But as I said, many cases that are very small, you see them highlighted in the news and in printed newspapers and in the media, because there is a political agenda behind it. So when there is no political interest, you will see a lot of countries, they will witness it, but they will not have the motivation to do something to actually act and support these groups. So these are my visits to some of the refugees camps. These are Syrian children in Jordan, and these are some of the orphanage camps in Kenya. And these are the most important. This is one of the best experiences I've had with the refugees, because I've got really good support from the networks around with the United Nations and other groups of volunteers, because they all wanted to help the refugees, to give some simple relaxation sessions and stress management. You see how simple the thing is, but the impact that it makes when it comes to psychosocial support to the refugees, which is the minimum that we can do. Trauma relief, breathing sessions, anything as an individual, whatever we can do, if we can shed light on some crisis or make other people pay attention to it by integrating our own skill. How can we implement that in helping the refugees and supporting them in any ways? So this is again some of the sessions that we did to the Rohingya refugees in 2018 with the pregnant women. So they basically live in a very difficult situation. So this was a breather for them, and we received a really good feedback in regards of that. So I'm just sharing these experiences to show you how devastating it is to 2018. How many years have passed since now? We're in 2021, and yet we don't see any progress in regards of the Rohingya refugees case, and they are still suffering. They are still going through the same thing. Nothing is actually changing, basically, and devastating fires are even causing more pain to them. So these are some of the training camps that we did for the and the volunteers there, the outreach and mental health volunteers, so that they can help the refugees as well there with their mental health and psychological support. So if you see the Monday fires that broke in the camps, already the life there in the camps was very difficult. The refugees, they don't get a chance to have an actual job or to get paid because of their situation there. They cannot live their life basically. Have a fire to deal with, a fire that has burnt some of the shops that they were making their living by operating, and some of the even centers for AIDS, or let's say tents, the aids that they were receiving were burned down as well. And you can see here that even the Pope Francis paid attention to the what's going on there, and with such highlight to the cries for people regardless of their religion, whether you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, you're a Hindu, you're a Jew, humanity. At the end of the day, we should all speak up to support each other. So I will show you now a few photos that I have received in regards of what is going on. And I'm really sorry if it's a little bit graphic, so you just have to bear with me, because this is already their living situation going to be even more difficult. Excuse me for sharing these images, but we have to know what is going on and see what is going on there. And everything is built to the ground, and they have to build from zero, from scratch again. How difficult life is for them already. I don't want to take the attention from the China case, but I am showing my experience with the refugees, the Rohingya refugees who are also suffering, and just to also bring up the attention to it, and leave the China case to the experts who already know and have more experience maybe in that regard. So these are the images that I wanted to share with you. And at the end of my slides, I just want to say that the world doesn't need anyone to save it. It just needs a lot of love and compassion. If we can all be have a little bit of compassion to people around us, regardless of their religion, of their color, of their age, and try to be more understanding. This is all the world needs. So we are all here gathering today, this conference, trying to make a change. Some people try to save the world, but at the end of the day, all we need is just compassion towards each other as humanity. So these are some photos from the Road to Peace International Conference. We keep sharing conferences, the Power Within Conference. Again, my take message here is that we have to remember that peace is not a destination, it's a lifestyle, and it starts within us. So each individual can promote peace on their own way, and I am really grateful to be with the speakers today, at each of the speakers and the participants, people who are joining us now. I'm sure they have done their share of going to different maybe schools, villages, targeting different groups, just sharing more about peace and well-being, because humanity and contentment is a subject that can be really long. But to cut it short, I just want to say that again, what the people are suffering in China is that they are trying to strip them of their image, the self, their families, the children are taking from their parents, and the work they are being forced to do. They're using them as forced labor. They're being forced to do jobs that they don't have a skill or passion to do. So they are stripping them of the community and their legacy. So in short, what we are witnessing, what is happening in China, cannot be tolerated. And from my understanding, that the crisis is not being highlighted more due, as I said, to lack of political interest. But the more pressure we put, the better chances we have into having fixing the problem, or at least having a little bit of delay. So these are my acknowledgement with my teachers, and I thank you very much for listening. If anybody has any question, this is my stop share. Yeah. I hope I didn't make it too long for everyone. So please feel free if anybody has any question or want to add or comment on any of the things that I have spoke about.
Thank you so much, Fatma Masuri. You did a great work. You showed and you shared a very strong points related to sustainable development goals. So I think so. Either we are taking questions, or Ikuji, are we taking questions, or we are moving forward?
I can see a few hands being raised up, so we might just have to take one or two questions and move on quickly.
Okay, we are taking two questions, sir. So we have Rizwan Haider with us. Rizwan, you can unmute from my side, and you can unmute yourself and ask the question. Hello, Rizwan Haider, are you hearing us? Okay, we have Mia Sadiq with us. He's also raised his hand. If you're on the line, please, you are unmuted from my side, so you can ask the question.
I think, Mariam, you can invite the next guest if there is no question then.
Okay, so we have a very respected Arif Khan, Executive Director, IRHM. I would like to invite for the brief discussion related to our subject today. So, Mr. Arif Khan, it's over to you, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, Jazakallah to all brothers and sisters for making this awareness even more aware for us, the actual tragedy that is taking place in Vigo. We know that there's over a million Muslims who are actually detained in camps. They cannot practice Islam. They're demolishing or destruction of masajids, etc. This is becoming just as Kashmir is. In reality, soon, just as Kashmir, there will be so many missing persons, unmarked graves. They have no contact with their immediate families or the outside world. With this, we need to obviously bring the wider communities on board. We need to engage our MPs, our lords in the House of Lords, as our respectable Lord Qurban Hussain mentioned earlier, and the remarks obviously made by our dear respectable brother, Barrister Gulnawaz Khan Sahib. But mostly I would like to congratulate Rana Bisharat Ali Khan for making this happen and bringing people and everyone on one platform so we could have had this discussion. And today, Alhamdulillah, I believe that there was about 78 participants at one time. And if each one of us takes these issues to our politicians, MPs, lords, and make them aware, I'm sure some of them are already aware, and we highlight this, inshallah, we should be able to ease some of the pain that those brothers and sisters are suffering in the part of Vigo. Furthermore, obviously, this has to stop. We should take it to United Nations as well, not just leave it to the politicians, take it to the United Nations. Me and Brother Rana Bisharat Ali Khan Saab, we have visited many a times United Nations in Geneva, maybe Kashmir, Burma, whatever. There has been times, and right now, you know, me and Rana Bisharat are literally even banned to travel places such as Burma, etc. But that doesn't worry me. This issue, like few brothers and sisters have said, this is nothing to do with religion. This is all about humanity. Wherever there's oppressed people in this world, we must raise our voice. We must speak up and make people aware of the reality, what is taking place. Jazakallah, I will not take more of your time because everybody has literally said what I was about to say. So therefore, I think I will open the panel if anybody wishes to ask any questions. Once again, I would like to congratulate everybody on air, as well as my colleague, Rana Bisharat Ali Khan. Jazakallah.
Thank you so much, sir. And for the question and comment, I would like to invite Raja Mudassir Khan because he's waiting from so long. So Raja Mudassir, can you please unmute yourself, please?
Assalamu alaikum, Raja Mudassir Khan Langa, Ambassador Pakistan International Human Rights Movement. I talk about real issues in the camps of Uyghur Muslims. Information is very limited, but many detainees who have since fled China describe harsh conditions. Detainees are forced to pledge and loyalty to the CCP and renounce Islam. This is as well as sing prices of communism and learn better. Some reported person like conditions with cameras and microphones and monitoring their every move and the uterus. Others says that we're tortured and subjected to sleep and deprivation. During the interrogation, women have shared stories of sexual abuses, including rapes. Some released detainees contemplated suicide for witnesses, others killed themselves. Detention also disrupts families, children whose
Raja Mudassir, it's requested from our side that kindly if you emphasize only on your question right now, so later on we can take your talk if we have time on the last of the sessions. So you can focus on your question, please, only. Thank you. You can unmute yourself if you want to ask any question right now. So Ishrat, I think so we can move forward, please. Ishrat and Abdul Malik Sahab, we can move forward for the next speaker, please. So I would like to invite next speaker. This is Dr. Fawadul Sabi from Sibullah, United Arab Emirates. And Dr. Fawad will be speaking on how can we simplify complex development issues in Uyghur Muslims in China. So Dr. Fawad, it's over to you, please, for your speech.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for all. I'm very happy to share with you this conference. I'm so sorry in the first, I'm not good in English. I'll try to receive my information about this subject, about racism and hatred against the minorities. this problem is very big around the world, and it's very dangerous in many countries, and it is the big reason for the war and many problems. We have to study our situation and clear, from my opinion, uh, our thinking. How can we see what we study from our history? How can we save the peace? And there are many law. My major is law. It's the solve for this problem. No anybody born he hated the people in this world. Everybody when they born they love, but we teach the hatred and the racism against the minorities. So we have to teach in our school and university and media about the peace, about how we like all the people. Because if we obligation teach our children, teach everybody, and focus about this point, we will close this door, we will close this problem, and we will not receive to the big problem in future. We will cut this problem from the beginning, the start. I will speak now. This is only its introduction, and excuse me, I will speak in Arabic because I'm not good in English. So I hope to understand me, إن شاء الله. حاب أتكلم معكم أيها الإخوة والأخوات الأكارم باللغة العربية ولو بصورة جزئية عن موضوع العنصرية ضد الأقليات العرقية في العالم بصورة عامة. هي مشكلة طبعا ابتليت فيها البشرية وتحتاج منا جميعا إلى مراجعة تاريخية لموروثنا الثقافي وما لبس في العقل البشري من أفكار أدت إلى وجود مثل هذه الثقافة غير السوية التي تتسبب بكوارث بشرية في مختلف الصعد وفي مختلف المجالات. أنا ممكن يعني أذكر لكم مقولة جميلة لنيلسون مانديلا، ذكر أنه لا يوجد إنسان ولد يكره إنسانا آخر بسبب لون أو بشرة أو أصله أو يعني دين الكراهية. وإذا كان بالإمكان تعليم الناس الكراهية بإمكاننا تعليمهم الحب، خاصة أن الحب أقرب لقلب الإنسان من الكراهية. التمييز أيها الإخوة الأكارم هو كل تفرقة أو تقييد أو استثناء أو تفضيل بين الأفراد أو الجماعات على أساس الدين أو العقيدة أو المذهب أو الملة أو الطائفة أو العرق أو اللون أو الأصل الإثني. الناس جميعا سواسية في هذا العالم. الله عز وجل خلقنا جميعا متساوون في الحقوق، وما من شأنه تفضيل أو تمييز بين البشر يجب أن يجرم قانونا، ويجب أن تكون هنالك قوانين رادعة، وهكذا صنعت العديد من دول العالم المتحضر. ولدينا نماذج رائدة في المنطقة وفي الشرق الأوسط. في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في 2015 سنت قانونا رائدا ومتميزا واستثنائيا يجرم الكراهية بعقوبات رادعة، ولذلك تميزت دولة الإمارات بوجود أكثر من 200 جنسية. سلام. لا مجال لإحداث أي شق في النسيج الاجتماعي. كل قول أو عمل من شأنه إثارة الفتنة والنعرات أو التمييز بين الأفراد والجماعات من خطاب كراهية أو تمييز مجرم قانونا، والجهات الرسمية بإمكانها أن تأخذ يعني الإجراءات القانونية، بما إلى يعني إضافة إلى ذلك ازدراء الأديان، كل ما من شأنه يعني الإساءة إلى الذات الإلهية أو الأديان أو الأنبياء أو الرسل أو دور العبادة. نقول دائما نعم للبحث العلمي، نعم لحرية التعبير، نعم للانتقاد، ولكن هنالك مسائل يعني وخطوط حمراء تحتاج إلى ضوابط قانونية. ليست هنالك حرية مطلقة. الحرية المطلقة مفسدة مطلقة في جميع الشرائع والقوانين والتنظيمات المعاصرة. ومن ذلك العنصرية، وهي مسألة مقيتة جدا، فيها إقصاء، فيها كراهية للآخر، فيها تصنيف الآخرين إلى فئات، فيها عدائية، فيها حدة طبع، فيها تحريض، فيها الجذر الأساسي للحروب الطائفية والحروب الكارثية. وربما الحروب العالمية نفسها بدأت على صورة يعني تعصب وكراهية وعنصرية. الشخصية التي تشكك في النوايا وترى معتقداتها أنها أفضل من الآخرين وبالتالي تبدأ بمهاجمة الآخرين هي لا شك شخصية غير سوية. أسبابها كثيرة جدا، أن كل شعب في هذا العالم يرى نفسه هو الأفضل، وبالتالي يعني نعيش ما يسمى بالنرجسية الثقافية، وهذه هي يعني عين المشكلة. وبالتالي يعني يجب أن لا نسلم بكل تراثنا وتقاليدنا ويعني موروثنا، يجب أن نراجع ما يتوافق مع السلام والسلم العالمي نأخذ به، وكل ما من شأنه أن يتعارض مع ثقافة المحبة والسلام والتعايش بين مختلف الأجناس يجب أن يعني لا نبرر له، وألا نكون كائنات غريزية، وأن تكون الأخلاق هي العامل المشترك فيما بيننا. فالدول التي تسمح بالتمييز والعنصرية هي خارج حلبة سباق الحضارات، ولا يمكن أن تتقدم خطوة إلى الأمام في أي صورة من الصور. إذن النقطة الجوهرية هي إعادة هندسة العقل الجمعي البشري وتوجيهه في كل دول العالم نحو السلم والمحبة بين مختلف شعوب الأرض، فكلنا نعيش على هذا الكوكب كبشر أسوياء متساوون في الحقوق والواجبات، لدينا هموم مشتركة في المحافظة على هذا الكوكب وحماية البيئة وحماية الكوكب من الاحتباس الحراري وغيرها من المشكلات التي تواجه كل البشرية، مما يجعلنا أن نتحاشى المشكلات البينية التي تتسبب بكوارث وحروب. العالم وصل إلى نضج وإلى وعي هو أكبر من أن يبقى أسير لمثل هذه المشكلات البينية الصغيرة التي مخاطرها كبيرة على مختلف دول العالم. ولن يأمن العالم طالما ظلت هنالك عنصرية ضد الأقليات في أي دولة من دول هذا العالم الفسيح. أشكركم جميعا، وأتمنى إن شاء الله يعني التوفيق والسداد لجميع الحاضرين في المؤتمر. Thank you again so much for you, and I hope understand me in Arabic language because as I told you, I'm not good in English language. My focus in my speech about how can we engineer our mind, how can we focus about the peace in the world. We need to focus about our problem. We have many problems in this world, and stop racism and stop hatred against any minorities in all the world. Thank you so much again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fawad. It was a nice speech from you. And now we are inviting Councillor Sultan Khan. Sultan Khan, please.
Thank you. Thank you. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. I worship only and only alone Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and I seek help from Allah alone. My dear brothers and sisters, It is very interesting for me to listen all these speakers, and I have learned a lot today. May Allah help me to act upon all this that I have learned. Now, my name is, as it said, Sultan Khan. I'm a councillor in Bristol City Council in United Kingdom. I'm also originally from Bangladesh. Some of the speakers has mentioned about Bangladesh. I'm not going to go into that directly yet, but inshallah, we are here to speak about Uyghur Muslims, brothers and sisters, and their issues. So I will touch upon this very briefly because, mashallah, we got a lot of speakers and a lot of experts' opinions that we can take home today. May I extend my thanks and gratitude to IHRM and its chairman, Rana Ali Khan, its co-chairman, Arif Khan, and each and everyone that involved in this, with this organization. You are doing a fantastic job, and we all are with you. Inshallah, may God allow us to be with you. Brothers and sisters, I would like to extend my thanks to United Nations, of course. United Nations is talking about it. United States is talking about it. But unfortunately, and it is very, very much unfortunately, European Union, all the Muslims countries and their leaders, including United Kingdom, are speaking, but it's not enough. Are saying, trying to do the right things, but they don't have courage to do. They cannot single out China because of economic reasons. And that is a shame. When millions of people are killed, women are sterilized, men are killed, children's been killed. There is a very important message here we need to understand. Why these atrocities on Uyghur Muslims? China is an authoritarian government. China led by an authoritarian government. China led by a dictator. Nothing short of a dictator. Now, the point here is why China attacking Uyghur Muslims? There is two reasons, and we all need to understand that. Number one reason is China is an atheist country, and Uyghur are Muslims. That is number one. Number two is the economic benefit of China. Of course, the region was independent and they had autonomy. But China's access to it is very easy and enormous. Therefore, and the region is very much with its cotton, as we know, and with its mineral resources. So these are the two very important reasons we need to know, we need to learn about it, and then we need to go on to see how we resolve this issue. I know it is difficult as the Mount Everest to climb up that and to resolve this issue. However, as it said earlier by earlier speakers, that certain things can change if we all work together. And inshallah, we will all work together. What is important here? We need to understand that how we do that. Before I go on to that, I wanted to extend my thanks to two persons. One is British journalist, BBC journalist, John Sadworth, who is now in, I think, neighboring country of China, who left China because of his life, threat to his life. He brought us this news. He opened the world eyes, and we now know, what is happening in China. And we extend our gratitude and thanks to him. And the second, thanks to our sister, one of the earlier speakers, Sister Ali Mansouri, her work that she is doing in Bangladesh and across the world. Thank you, Sister Mansouri. Now, of course, I have to personally apologize for my ignorance of not doing enough. And I believe that if we all take from this conference today, that one of the things we must take is that our ignorance has prevented us not learning more about Uyghur Muslims and the regions, not learning more about the atrocities that are happening. And it is nothing short of Nazi Germany, what happened in Nazi Germany. So we must not, this is not an issue for Muslims. This is not an issue for Christian. This is not an issue for Jewish. This is an issue for humanity. Unless humanity rise, we will suffer. Somewhere Muslims will suffer, somewhere Christians will suffer, somewhere Jewish will suffer. So above all of this, what need to rise is humanity. Now, the point I think I wanted to make is that what can be done? That is the biggest question. That is the billion-dollar question. And it doesn't have a price, though I said billion-dollar question. What can be done? The reasons why Muslims leaders are quiet, we need to ask them why Muslims leaders across the globe are quiet, not speaking with the authority, with the power. One country alone, Saudi Arabia, if they want, they can't resolve this. Countries like Pakistan, all the Arab countries, Bangladesh, every single country, they are the biggest culprit on this. They're not talking enough, they're not talking loud enough. Every single Muslim country, we must approach them and leaders and tell them, act upon it now. Otherwise, you will see a country destroyed, Muslims destroyed. And then what happens when they killed one person? It does not mean that that one person or one community has been killed. They will come after you. They are coming after humanity. So our duty is now, we must lobby our lawmakers, our MPs, our politicians, our prime ministers. And I can tell you this today, I can promise with all of you that I'm a small local councillor. I will speak out on this issue. And I have this is a personal thing, but I'm sharing. I have an election coming up. If I do win, that I can promise you that I will bring a motion to my council. And hopefully, across the party, we will get support. And that will be a signal to our government here in United Kingdom that speak out, speak up, speak loud, do whatever you need to do, save humanity, put behind your economic interest. Because if the humanity does not sustain, if human being does not sustain, what is their economy for? What is their economy for? So my brothers and sisters, I thank you all for listening me. And I thank you, Rana Basharat Ali and International Human Rights Movement to inviting me. But I can promise you, I am with you. Inshallah, until the last breath. Thank you so much. Jazakallahu khairan. Thank you.
Councillor Sultan Aman, it was really a nice speech from your side. Now I'm going to invite Mr. Dr. Osama Ahmed Al-Mustafa. He has a good experience and is specialist in multimedia and mass communication, over 25 years experience. And sir, and his topic is introducing key actors in safety and security for food production for Uyghur Muslims with safe trade and marketing opportunities. Sir Osama, Dr. Osama, over to you.
Dr. Osama, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, Highnesses, Excellencies, honorable attendants, and distinguished speakers, greetings and respect. Assalamu alaikum. In the beginning, please to thank Dr. Tamara Al-Galagasi and Mr. Rana Basharat and the conference organizing group for allowing me to speak about this important topic for the world and for the future of the generations, to address them the meaning of justice and equality among people in the world, whether they are in ethnic or religious minorities. Time for change has come, and the rejection of suffering of minorities in the countries is extremely important. We have to apply it on the ground in all sectors of the life in order to raise the human awareness and human outlook for their fellow human beings from this discrimination. Time for change comes. Yes, we should promote it strongly through the media. And because of examining of the human logic and entering to the psychological of intellectual revolution from the mind towards the ability to reveal and refuse to surrender in the world that has become intolerant in the way for rejection and for rejecting the others. So we have to do our best, in particular in media. And my speech is from my position and my experience in the media field, multimedia and mass communication. As we know right now, the role of media has become to play in opposing the injustice and genocide that happen in the minorities in some countries, like what we now seeing happening in China. We have to address that to the world international community and to all the people, all the world. But unfortunately, however, the role has become very weak when talking about the Muslim minorities in China and Uighur, and ethnic minorities in Tigray, for example, in Ethiopia, Benishangul, and other regions that in the world speak of fact that the media has become primary authorities, not just fourth authority. Therefore, it will be very important for respected media institutions are looking for the truth, to seek truth, to move with high intensity and focus and care to be present in those places, so to send their delegation and the investigative reporters to bring news, bring reports, to bring short documentaries, long film, the documentary film, to reveal
Sir Usama, kindly unmute yourself. Sir Usama, we can't hear you. Kindly unmute yourself.
it is okay now?
Yes.
It's okay?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah. Just I just if people allow me to tell about my personal experience in media, because the media is the main issue in this topic in particular. When I was working for Al Arabiya TV channel, MBC Group in Dubai 2003, and the current affair, as a senior producer, at that time there was a genocide issue, what happened in Sudan, in Darfur. And we reflected by media, because at that time when I was interested to explain what's happening in Darfur to our leadership, and then they asked me to submit a proposal for how we can make investigation, media investigation, to cover what's happening there. Indeed, I submitted and the proposal at that time, and they accepted. And the good thing that, the former managing news and program, and then they allocating a budget for us to travel to Darfur. This is,
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Sir Usama, we can't hear you again, please. Kindly unmute yourself.
Yes. It's okay now?
Yes.
Yeah. I mentioned this to confirm that when the media outlet management has the sense of searching for the truth, the media will play the right role to reflect the events that disclose for what was happening in Darfur, and turn about the genocide and the human relations, what happened there. So we reflected that to the world, and as we know, we succeed at that time. So I say that because we have to argue the media with all their tools to move to the place of what's happening in China, to expose and to the injustice and murder genocide happening there has also happened in different areas like Tigray in Ethiopia, because the influence of the media is enormous and unlimited if we do it proper and we work it properly. In conclusion, by in turning to the depth of human knowledge, we will find the word demand humanity, that they be human, engage with their ideas to principles that come from the realm of retro, with the realization that the world is there needs humanity and peace. And thank you very much for giving me this chance, and thank you for Dr. Tamara and Mr. Basharat.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. It was really nice to speak from you. And now we are moving to our next speaker, Mr. Syed Akmal Hussain.
I have one request, Abdul Malik sir.
Yes, please.
Madam, you mute. I think you hang.
Conference introduction. So I would like to request
I think, sir, we are facing network problem. Ma'am is facing network problem, so that can we continue?
Yeah, invite Ajmal.
Yes, Mr. Ajmal Naqvi, Syed Ajmal Naqvi, over to you. Please unmute your mic, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Greetings from Pakistan. First of all, I would like to pay my gratitude to Chairman Mr. Rana Bisharat Ali Khan, Team IHRM, and American International Education Federation for arranging this much-needed conference. Before moving towards my topic, I would direct your attention to international law regarding discrimination. Human rights law prohibits discrimination on the basis of a wide range of prohibited grounds. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights prohibit discrimination on the ground of race, color, sex, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. Keeping in mind these covenants and declaration, without any delay, I move forward towards my topic, how we can remove discrimination and raise impact. There are many ways forward to remove discrimination in China, but I'll enlighten some of those. The first one is to enact laws against discrimination and amend discriminatory laws. The Chinese government should end discrimination under the law and to enact effective laws against both direct and indirect discrimination by both government and private actors. Development assistance and failure to do so of development, unrest, and poverty, maintenance of state-sponsored development activities for specific sectors of the population, like Uyghurs. The second way forward is the need to dismantle entrenched discrimination and inequality. Discrimination of inequality and needs to be addressed by the Chinese government to successfully reduce litter among the community. It should support development strategies which are designed to reach and benefit the most marginalized, excluded, and needed population, the Uyghurs. This includes addressing the urgent social needs of social populations, as well as assessing difficulties that marginalized and excluded groups, the Uyghurs, economic, social, and cultural rights, and taking the necessary steps to address these difficulties. Moving forward to third solution, I would suggest to dismantle discriminatory practices against Uyghur. The government should recognize the importance of identifying, prohibiting, and dismantling discriminatory practices, both direct and indirect nature. Beijing should implement policies and action plans, which may include special measures to accelerate the achievement of equality and to address discrimination. For instance, totalitarian ethnicity-based ideology of the Chinese Communist Party's policy towards the Uyghurs, as it scrambles to erase the Uyghur and other ethnic minorities from the cultural landscape. Another illustration, the Chinese government began a Sinofication program aimed reducing the non-Han Chinese population living in Gimo County by encouraging mixed marriages. The terrifying fact is that the educational policy for the Uyghurs, if they refuse to take part in mixed marriages, certain Uyghur students, those luckily not to be detained, will now face discrimination when accessing the universities. Instead of allocating extra countries, ethnic, religious, and language minorities, the Xinjiang administration has opted to favor children from mixed Han Chinese and Uyghur families. Mixed. The next and fourth one is to address discrimination by private actors. Discrimination by private actors, especially Han Chinese in workplaces, in the provision of services or other sectors of society, may prevent the enjoyment. The provision of international law, states have an obligation to adopt measures to ensure the individuals and entities in the private sphere do not discrimination prohibited grounds. There have been cases of employers forbidding their employees to observe certain religious practices at least at work. One such example is the ban on fasting during Ramadan that was pronounced for the officials and students in Xinjiang in 2014. The fifth one is to dismantle economic barriers. The government should support the dismantling of economic barriers to the progressive realization of social and economic rights of Uyghurs. As the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights has emphasized, and equity demands ensured social, economic, and cultural rights. The next is to avoid discrimination in the distribution of aid. Too often, government aid are misused for political gain rather than allocating for the rights of ethnic and religious minorities. This can come in the form of outright corruption, in discrimination on the basis of political opinion, in the distribution of aid, or in the investing in areas where politicians who are Han Chinese will most benefit rather than investing in the areas of greatest needs like Uyghurs. Proposals or suggestions, including power sharing, and are neglected for so long, it may lead towards regional unrest, poverty, extremism, political and economic instability. and impacts of these would be horrible, as China shares its boundaries with the Muslim majority countries like Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iran. Of course, China is the biggest investor and partner of the Muslim majority countries. And if China do not handle or manage this conflict and do not stop this oppression, the consequences will not be good. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Sayed Ajmal Naqvi. Thank you so much. Now we are moving towards, sir, with your permission, I think if any speaker is remaining, kindly raise your head. I think all are over, and now we are moving towards final session to Dr. Tahrim Shokat. Sir, can we move towards Tahrim Shokat?
I think she will present the Charter of Demand, but before that we will give the roadmap. But let's listen the Charter of Demand, then we will present the roadmap for the future with Brother Declan and Brother Aziz.
Yes, sir. Yes, Dr. Tahrim Shokat, over to you. Please unmute your mic.
I will present the Charter of Demands under the Zoom conference Time for Change 2021 for the repression of Uyghur Muslims of China. It includes a list of practical, accessible ways in which we can help the Uyghur Muslims. First of all, we should have a collaborative action. Leaders around the world should come forward and take actions in coordination to rescue the Uyghurs in China. Secondly, counter China at the United Nations. UNO must berate China for its abuses. UNO ordinances and laws regarding protection and safety of humans. But now it is the time it has to implement it. Ultimately, it is the responsibility of the United Nations to handle the Uyghur issues by imposing multilateral sanctions and other measures, with the US obviously leading the head. Thirdly, we can put the pressure by publications. There is the need to keep the spotlight on this issue by continually publishing intelligence documents and other reports to keep around the world aware of it. Fourthly, we can put the economic pressure on China. Now it is the actual time for real action from brands, governments, and international bodies, organizations, not by empty declarations, but taking action. Economic sanctions must be imposed on China, mainly by USA and UK. Fifth, team visits should be done to the region. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights Watch, and other organizations should arrange thus to the region to assess the scope and scales of the abuses. Teams all over the world should participate in this teamwork. Sixth, we have the independent journalists. Journalists should be allowed to meet the Uyghur Muslims, make and submit reports about them. Media should be given freedom for every kind of coverage on this region. Seventhly, as Mr. Dolkin has informed us, that abroad people are not allowed to contact their families back in the Uyghur. So seventhly, the Chinese government to allow the people living outside the China to come back in their regions and contact their families. Last but not the least, Muslim countries are still silent. They should play their role. They should not only stop supporting China in its genocide, but also they should raise voice against its abuses. This was from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tahrim Khan. It was really nice. Now, sir, we are moving towards next. Can I announce the our upcoming conferences?
Yes, please. Then we will present the roadmap with
Yes.
joint with the brother Dolkan and brother Aziz. Then we will end. Thank you. Go ahead for
Thank you very much, sir.
future
Thank you very much.
planning.
Yes, sir. We have some future plannings, and all of you are also invited in it. Participant can also join us, our organization also. They can visit us at the International Human Rights Movement on our website and Facebook pages and other social media pages also. Our next conference is by IHRMR for Kashmir, Myanmar, Yemen, Palestine, and Africa under the TFC 21. Meantime, for change, we are going to organize. So we hope that we will be in touch in other conferences also. Thank you very much, everyone. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, brother Dr. Abdul Malik and all the hosts. Before we give our roadmap to our audience, I just want to re-invite our chief guest and our main speakers, Brother Declan and Brother Aziz, for last few minutes. So you can say anything, then we will give our roadmap, so what we are planning to do and what you are expecting from us as organization to deliver in general and as an organization. Over to you, Brother Aziz, then after Brother Declan.
Can I unmute? Okay. Thank you for giving me the last opportunity to speak. First, I'm very grateful for the organizer, for the international the human rights movement, and for my brother Rana. And I learned a lot from our dear guest speakers from around experience for me. But I realized today there's still lack of understanding from the Muslim majority countries. It's really makes me sad, actually. For example, there's a few speakers said this is a political agenda. This is kind of some kind of plot from the West, or it's this kind of the competition with China. This is many speakers today said very good point, like the consul from the Bristol, many my friends from the UK. Please understand the severity of this Uyghur genocide. This is not something about minority issue or something about human rights or something about the discrimination. Uyghurs been living under Chinese discrimination over 71 years since the Uyghurs country occupied by China. Uyghurs as a human being, Uyghurs are being a Turkish people, Uyghurs are being a Muslim people. We need Uyghur people has right to live in this world, just like everyone else, just like all of you. This world should be a peaceful place. This world should be fair place, beautiful place for everyone, with every color, every religion, regardless of where are you came from. But when there's your firm stand, your consciousness against this atrocity. If you can't stand the Chinese atrocity, you shouldn't be here. I will not talk that kind of person who cannot share the outrage, cannot share the humanity, stop the Chinese genocide. Regardless of Uyghurs, I stand everywhere, every corner in this world. If anywhere happen genocide, I was protesting in 2003 against the war in years. I was supporting Palestine for or 20 years. Even I was supporting Aung San Suu when she was in prison in London, in Myanmar. I am a victim of discrimination, of this human rights abuse, of this genocide. If we want to find justice for ourselves, find the justice for everyone in this world, we have to show our clear humanity stand when what I would like to ask from the Muslim majority world, from the all countries, like from Bangladesh, from Pakistan, from Middle Eastern country, please write and talk to your government, to your MPs, raise awareness. This is don't trust Chinese propaganda. Chinese doing it. Yesterday, for example, BBC the cost speaking against China. One paragraph about me. I speak the Chinese atrocity, Chinese genocide now more than 3 years. I lost all my family members. Because I stand for justice. I stand for dignity. Please talk to your government. Please talk to your people, to your society, to your community. Raise awareness. Stand, show your humanity to support Uyghurs. Uyghurs has, in order to do it, boycott all Chinese products, pressure on China, cut off your all economic benefit interest from China. That money, that interest haram. If you are Muslim, that interest haram for you. If you are human, that if you stand on China, that's haram as well. Thank you so much giving me this chance, and I would like to see you again. I will.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Aziz Issa Khan. It was a nice speech. And sir, I want to add something that directly we are sending our message for this conference to the I think thousands of the people, and I think millions of the people indirectly are also connected with us through the social media. And the real figure and facts about the issue through this conference. So we have noted your much informative notes. Thank you very much again. Over to worthy Chairman IHRM Rana Basharat Ali Khan sir.
Okay, I think we will now invite our guest speaker and the last speaker to give us the roadmap and what he is expecting from us and our organization and all other organizations. Then we will say what we can do and what we can say. Welcome to Declan. Sir, I unmute you, so you can unmute yourself as well. So over to you, sir. I unmute you. You need to unmute yourself. Yes, we can listen you now.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much. Very nice conference. It's long conference. It is the so first time such a large audience joins this. Very well known and very influential Islamic scholar, human rights defenders, and community leaders who are joining today. We are very happy for this. And he took some emotional, and he is right, some part. But however, of course, there is some responsibility on duty. We have to raise awareness. We have to talk. This is the first step, I believe, that today you organize such a wonderful event, and so many of brothers, sisters listen to us, and we got a lot of good message so since the beginning until now. I personally, someone sent LinkedIn and some other social media. Like, this is a big step. I'm really appreciate for all. Yes. So we have a very limited capacity as well. World Uyghur Congress, the organization, raise awareness to the United Nations, European institution, European Parliament, and then different of national parliament, national governments. We are trying to use the old capacity to raise the awareness. Some success we have already witnessed some good steps so far, but there is a lot of things to do. So we are trying. So we need more cooperation with yours in the future. I believe, and of course now it is quite a lot of Islamic government, Muslim government. They have, because of the economic interest, because of the some other reason, because some most of human rights violation, human rights problems. That's why we have witnessed, and particularly United Nations Human Rights Council, they are cooperate with Chinese government. Yes, so but this government must be understand human rights violation, human rights problem exists around the world, even the Europe, United States, around the world. I told already in the beginning, but so genocide is what the Chinese government commit for the Uyghur people is genocide. This is a big difference. That's why this country should be understand this. 21st century is should be part of the complicity for this genocide. This is the main point. We have to explain this, but mostly yours organization, because you have more capacity, because this old brother, sister who join us today, they have will contact to the civil society of that country. You have a contact with the government officials of that country. If we work, I believe today is the first step, and your help with your solidarity, your help, I believe. One of the important cause in the Muslim world, and we believe one day this Muslim because Muslim society and to work and focus on this issue. I believe this Muslim government also recognizes it. And because, as I said at the beginning of my speech, the Chinese government today, and it really start against Islam, because if we see some small insult for Islam, leaders immediately reacted, stand up and condemn this. But Chinese government really insulting all value Islam. Islam is universal religious. So that's the why at least this Muslim leader at least should be protect the values of Islam. Of course, this is the Uyghur genocide today is doesn't matter Islam, Muslim, Christian, Jewish. It is a humanitarian issue because it's a genocide. That's why. So this is the most important point. Your help from your solidarity. This situation must be changed. This is the legal and the moral obligation to the all human being today, 21st century, all countries, the obligation it is. So we call and all brother at least to make dua, praying for the Uyghur Muslim, and also all the Juma but please to talk on this issue. Lots of Uyghur refugees in Turkey. We have a lot of Uyghur refugees, and they separate because there is more than 10,000 Uyghur stateless children because their passports expire and family separations. That's why so many Uyghur women, students, and stateless Uyghur children because they don't have a legal document. Government just lets them stay here. It is we appreciate them. But because they don't have any legal documents, because they are the stateless, that's why they cannot go to insurance. This is a big problem today. So that's why we need your help to the Uyghur refugees, and please you will be donate Uyghur organization. And because as I said, we have this issue, we have to raise this awareness to around the world. We don't have much capacity. That's why we couldn't reach around the world. So, and as I said, first you will make dua, and you will be pushed to the different of the Muslim governments than us, and they're trying to help humanitarian help Uyghur refugees, Uyghur women, and also please donate for Uyghur organization, World Uyghur Congress, some other Uyghur organization. This is the all help for us, and thank you so much. Very appreciate.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Dolphin Issa, thank you very much. It was really nice to meet with you, and from your side, thank you very much from all of the International Human Rights Movement core team members. Thank you, sir. Now over to Honorable President, Chairman IHRM, Rana Basharat Ali Khan sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I want to say thank you to Dr. Tamara and Mariam Khan and my team member, start from Dr. Abdul Malik, Dr. Tahreem Shokat, Dr. Sania Munir, Ishrat, and Mr. Ajmal, and Abdul Alahi Salim, and our coordinator and moderate, Ekoji, and all our team members from Pakistan, Nigeria, from all over the world. I just want to mention this conference set up in last 7 days. I think about 2 weeks ago, none of us was aware of the situation. About 2 weeks ago, we sent a simple SMS to our cabinet member to find out what exactly happened in Chinese Muslim and what is the story. And to be honest, I don't feel shame to saying this, but when we announced first time in our cabinet, more than 70 people was not aware what is the issue. Then thank you to Brother Declan and his team, and Brother Aziz and Sister Rama. We Google it and we find the exact issue from your side, and also from Al Jazeera and Mehdi Hassan. I want to say thank you as well. He was not able to attend today. He's a wonderful host, but he will attend us in the future. So after that, when we understand the issue, we make our cabinet conference on the 23rd of March to decide what we will do, how we handle this issue. And then we announce this conference, and to be honest, when we announced this cabinet conference, we received the threat from nationally and internationally. Oh, put yourself out from this conference, don't touch this, or you are on an agenda, Indian paying you to disturb Pakistan and China's relationship. I receive unknown calls, but I'm used to it. I don't bother for these things. I was already stopped by the United Kingdom terrorist Act 2021. I don't know the act, but it's 2006 to stop traveling to Geneva. When me and my fellow team member from Bristol was flying to Geneva to attend the Kashmir conference. But as you say, when you have a good team, when you have a team with a passion, when you have a team ready to sacrifice everything, we will not back up. And second thing, as we have our organization, I give the introduction in a beginning. We are working in 57 countries and all are volunteer based. We have more than 20,000 members and 2,000 position holders around the world. But we offer this platform for all human rights causes around the world. So first thing I want to say that this organization is behind you, Mr. Declan and Mr. Aziz. All our teams, all our members, and all our volunteer and all our efforts are for you. We have a wonderful team from Mariam to Ishrat, all these members, they are doing great work. We disturb each other on a WhatsApp during we were sleeping middle of night because the time different in Pakistan and India. But one thing I need you and I need to approval from all the present members. So let's declare the 1st April, the day for the Rohingya, for the Uyghur Muslims. We will also put this in a United Nations Council to declare the day of justice for the Rohingya Muslim. So if everyone approve this, so this will be the first roadmap. Everyone happy with this? So we will declare 1st April the day. Okay, thank you. With your permission. And the second thing, this Zoom conference will not end today. This is a beginning of our journey. So what we need, first we need to try to engage our OIC with all our best we can do. We can try to engage them. They were present today. They will give us their report, what they observe, but I will call OIC Secretary General personally on Monday or Tuesday to invite him again in our conference. The second thing, we need to ask the human rights organization around the world, let's join us to boycott China's economically, to stop buying their goods, because of behind this they have a forced labor. Unwanted people are forcing people to work in factories, especially in a refugees camp, or you can call detention center. Where more than 100,000 people are in prison. And the other thing we can ask in Mr. Declan and Mr. Aziz, I need you. You already doing a wonderful job in the United Nations and outside the United Nations. We met many times in Geneva to doing protests for Kashmir and Palestine and Uighur Muslims. Let's launch the mega campaign. Let's this COVID-19 finish and announce the mega protest in Geneva in upcoming United Nations Human Rights Council. So we will check the diary, we will check the time. If the COVID-19 is finished, we will announce the date, and I promise we will bring more than 2,000 people around the world at the Geneva physically to stand shoulder by shoulder to you, because we've done in the past for Kashmir and Khalistan, and we will do it again for this cause as well. And last message to all our listeners, please join us. Our organization is completely non-funding. We are completely self-funding organization. We don't demand money, we don't ask charity, we don't ask anything, but I will ask my all fellows members and IHRM committee member and Bristol team to support Declan brother organization. If you want to give any money, if you want to donate anything, please donate his organization directly. I will pass his number and I will pass his detail. Last but not least, as brother Declan say, we need a pray. That's the best thing Muslim can do. That's the best thing we can do. That's the best effort we can do as individual. And other thing, you have a social media. I will give you example. I don't want to take long, but I will give you example. If my team from Bristol are listening, almost 3 years ago, I was working in with the Ireland organization with the government, Red Cross. I was a chairperson that time for a Red Crescent. And I was flying back to Bristol. To be honest, I was unaware that time what is a Burma, what is the issue in a Burma. And suddenly I received a WhatsApp. I don't know who sent it to me, but he must be one of the greatest person on the earth. He sent me the message, what you are doing for a Burma. And I planned that we need to do something. I called my Bristol team. They all are volunteers. They all are businessmen. They all are common people. We arranged the meeting, I think with the 7 or 8 members. You heard from Mr. Sultan Khan, Consular, and Arif Khan, and Baji Shenaz, Hafiz Munir, and all my teams. Without anything, without any resource, we said we need to do something. This is a time we need to raise a voice for Myanmar. Believe me, within 7 days, without any media, without any money, without any resource, without any proper office, without any secretary, without any communication stuff. We gathered 40,000 protesters outside the Myanmar. That's the power of the common people. And you all are brilliant. I learned too much from you. Please join me and International Human Rights Movement and development, our co-partner and co-host, American Education Federation and Sister Mariam, to let's stand behind Brother Declan and Brother Aziz. Brother Aziz, this is my promise. You can hold me answerable for this on a day of judgment. I and my team and my friends, we are stand behind you without any personal gain, we don't want to promote our organization. We don't have that agenda. Even my team member, they don't want to promote ourselves. We are just standing behind you. And this is my promise. If for this cause, if my life taken away, I'm not scared. Thank you. And I want to say, love you all, as is my slogan. Love you all. And thank you. Stay tuned with us. Follow the hashtag TFC21. This is what best you can do for today. Follow this hashtag and join our campaign. Next time, inshallah, we will meet for a Kashmir and Myanmar and Palestine and Yemen as well. Thank you very much. Have a good night. We take too much time from you. Love you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. But sir, 2 or 3 of the speakers are still remaining. We must give them time. And sir, Dolkan Isa and sir Aziz Isa, welcome. We are personally requesting you to please listen them. So thank you very much, sir. You was really emotional, and we are always with you as in past, and will be with you in future, and along with all the people, as you said. Thank you so much. Now we are calling the remaining speakers from this conference, Mr. Muhammad Rahman. If Muhammad Rahman is there, please take your mic on, and it's up to you. And then Mr. Kareem. If these people are present here, then ma'am Mariam, please you can also guide me with these names.
Okay, can I just say something, Abdul Malik?
Yes, sir. Please.
For my friends, you know, I don't want to say, but in Urdu, there is a one song, Hum tum mare hain, tumko bhi le dubenge. Me and Mariam and our team, we are used to hold the conference for 8 and 9 hours. So continuously. So sorry if we are taking your time, but if Mr. Declan or Mr. Aziz want to say anything before our other speaker, you are more than welcome to say, and we will listen from other speaker. And I forget 2 names. Our chairperson for Miss Ruhi from Pakistan, and Taki Raza, our media desk team. They are the best person to handling everything behind the scene. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. If they are not present, then we are really very thankful to all of our speakers, and then Dr. Ali Amar Khan, Ms. Swasan Kasha. If they are present over there, then please take your time. We are here to listen to you. Yes, Mariam, you want to add something?
This is like we have the Zartasha Kiran from Pakistan with us. If she's online with us, she can talk 5 minutes in Urdu if she's available. And the same Muhammad Rahman from Pakistan, if he's available, he can also say something, and the time is 5 minutes. for the rest of the speakers. And if they are not, to the last two speakers, and then we can take closing remarks.
I think they are not available, but we are
Okay, sir.
really
We can move
thankful
on.
to them, and we are really thankful to all of the participants, Mr. Ish, IRH, the Prince, Tim Wild, Safir Khan, and all of the great people who have participated. So, sir, last we want to listen also the ending remarks from Mr. Honorable Sir Dolkan Isa and Sir Aziz Isa Elkon. Sir, over to you.
Kindly make him
Let Dolqun, siz başlamsыз, siz bizni gap qilish fursatini berdingiz bizga. Sizdan keyin gap qilayman.
The host can unmute Sir Dolkan, please. Thank you.
This is mute, yeah? Can you open it?
Yes, sir. I'm
Yes, okay.
opening.
Okay, good. And okay, again, I'm very grateful today for this event organized by my friend Rana, by this international organization, international human rights movement. I'm very pleased to join with you and learn today. We have been crying for the last 71 years, but I have no normal life in the last 3-4 years. Like me, every Uyghurs in exile, please understand us. Yes, sometimes we are emotional, but when the atrocity taking place, we must be united as a one person, without color difference, without belief difference. We are species of this world. We have consciousness, we have love, we have respect. We are all human beings, so we have to stand together wherever this atrocity taking place. So I'm very grateful to learn from my friend Rana. I will be joining hand by hand and stand and work with you throughout the. We should more collaborate and with the Islamic majority countries. And yes, that's all from me. And again, my gratitude for you all. I learned a lot from all of you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you once again. As I said, it is a very influential, very nice webinar today. It is really so for the Uyghur cause, and you know, I repeat it again. This is not. It is already beyond of the human rights violation or any atrocities. That's why first should be understand this. This thing should be only way should be set up the coalition, international coalition. Just United States or some other countries, and the effort is not good enough. So United States, European countries, and all and human beings should be stand against this genocide, because never again is happening again today. So this is the, as I said, it is the legal and the moral obligation of the human being. So transatlantic response is very, very, very important today. And the forced labor issue, because today most of some people, maybe everyone buys the Chinese production today. Every human being and around the world, and if you spend $1, you have to think before spend $1. This is the blood of the Uyghur brothers, really. This is a direct link with the forced labor today. And so that's why, and we call the boycotting Chinese production. It is just speaking is not good enough to stop the genocide. Should be need act. This country, there is an obligation by the country. There is some obligation have some civil society. There is some obligation as responsible for the human being, every people. So something is country can do, something is an organization can do, some is normal people, ordinary people can do. So you cannot buy one Chinese toy. This is every human being can do it. Because why China coming to this level? Because China today is second big economy. 30 years ago, 40 was a second economic power. That time China, discrimination was exist, assimilation position was exist that time, but not really openly and implement this genocidal policy. Today, China, I'm strong enough. Everyone buy my production, and everyone, every human being, every country depend on my money. This is the mentality of Chinese government. That's why ignored all. And today, Chinese government today also threaten for the Uyghur. Today, killing for Uyghur, genocidal policy and for the Uyghur. But if human being no residence for this, be thinking what kind of world we are living. And today, global democracy, human rights, religious, in the threatens by the Chinese Communist Party. Really, the largest terrorist organization around the world. That if you look at the research, 48 million people were killed within 10 years, 90s Mao Zedong time, 1968 until 66 until 76, 10 years within Cultural Revolution time. 48 million people were killed. Maybe among them 500 to 5 million people, Uyghur, another 5 million people, Chinese people. Look, Chinese Communist Party killed its own citizen more than 48 million people. Yeah, this is the reality. If someone or the whole world start coalition, not and stand against this terrorist organization, but after 20 years, too late. Because from all experiences, we are talking about part of the world, to the human being. This is the, if we are thinking of a future generation, if we are thinking about all children, or next better world as a world for the is peaceful, then we have to really take action today. And what every human being can, and boycott China's toy, and China is not good enough economic power, it is the only way to stop. In Chinese government, we've seen European countries already start sanction, United States start already sanction, UK and Canada, it is not good enough. Some other country must be sanctioned again, Chinese government, and the Beijing Olympic 22 Winter Olympic coming soon. And the 1936 is the Olympic Committee made a mistake. Nazi Germany hold the Olympic. This is the historical mistake. But today Olympic Committee are trying to same mistake. You write a letter, be asking them stop this because 21st century and happens genocide. But Olympic Committee continue and cooperate with this system, continue to hold the Beijing Olympic 22 Winter Olympic. It is a big mistake. So that's why all human beings must write letter to the Olympic Committee, should be stopped it. In the future, maybe we'll hold a mass demonstration. We invite all the brothers, sisters. This is the one of the kind of action, and the country must be and the end for the sanction for all, ban all production from China, particularly cotton industry. This is still so many Western company, German company, US company continue make business with China. Today's business should not be as usual, because situation is not message to the government, to the people, to the civil society, and the United States, United Nations. Yes, Human Rights Council speaking of this. I'm attending Human Rights Council nearly every section, all section. So far, Secretary General of the United Nations didn't single statement on this genocide. It is 21st century. Well, today, because of the Chinese government control, manipulates all human rights system, whole United Nations, and even Chinese government trying to stop Uyghur Tibet activists to attend the human rights meetings. This is the situation, so that's why we are trying to our best, but without your help, without your support, we cannot success. This is my last word. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Kanisa, it was really very much informative speech from your side. Engaged and globally connected for the human rights, and yes, we are really very happy that leadership like you, like Aziz Isal Khan, like our international president, are guiding us. They are with us, and thank you very much, sir, again for this opportunity, and all the team members, especially Mr. Egochi, Mariam Khan, and Dr. Tareem Shaukat, Mohammad Takir Raza, Abdullah, and all the great job. So thank you all the participants. We hope we will. Yes, sir. Sir Rana Saab, over to you.
There is one hand raised by the Mia Sadiq. If you have any question, please ask. Otherwise, we will end our conference. Let me unmute you. Might be you have something to ask. Okay, you unmute. You can speak. Sadiq Saab. Sadiq Saab, we can't hear you. I think your hand raised by mistake. Okay, I think we can, there is a recommendation of Kashif. I think he's not in a conference. Kashif Abbas. Okay, last thing from our observer. So please, Sister Shanaz Dar, thank you for your participation. You are our official observer. We didn't get your first report from your. Can you listen me?
Okay, sir. I have one request that we have Zartasha Kiran from Pakistan, and she's a speaker of. So Zartasha, you have 5 minutes for your speech, and Abdul Malik sir, kindly unmute Zartasha Kiran.
Hello.
Yeah.
आवाज आ रही मेरी?
Yes.
First of all, अस्सलाम वालेकुम सब लोगों को. मैंने सब लोगों की मेरा नाम ज़रताशा किरण है और मैं पाकिस्तान से बिलोंग करती हूँ. एक छोटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उसकी प्रेसिडेंट हूँ और CDF की पायनियर मेंबर और वेडिप की रीजनल हेड हूँ साउथ पंजाब की। और मुझे पहले नंबर पे तो मैं मरियम की शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म फराहम किया जहाँ पे मैंने इतने सीनियर्स लोगों के बहुत सारी बातें सुनी हैं, जहाँ पे उन्होंने चाइना में होने वाले मजालिम जो भी मुसलमानों के ऊपर हो रहे हैं उनको यहाँ पे एलैबोरेट किया है। हम लोगों का यहाँ पे मकसद है कि ह्यूमन राइट जो कि उनको वहाँ पे उनके वायलेट हो रहे हैं और उनको नहीं मिल रहे हैं, उनके ऊपर हम उनके साथ इज़हार यकजहती का इजहार करें। चाइना के अंदर मेरी एक पर्सनली हमारे अपना एक वो रिसर्च थी कि वहाँ पे मुसलमानों के साथ जो नारवा रवैया इख्तियार किया जा रहा है उसको मीडिया जो है वो भी नहीं दिखाता है, क्योंकि मीडिया का के ऊपर पूरा कंट्रोल भी गवर्नमेंट का ही है। सब लोगों ने मोस्टली इसी बारे में बात की है और मैंने इस चीज को देखा उनके बारे में हम लोग सुनते थे कश्मीर के लिए सब लोग एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे इकट्ठे हुए हैं और आज चाइना में जो मुसलमानों के ऊपर जुल्म सितम और मुजालम हो रही हैं और फिर उसके बावजूद करने के बावजूद भी गवर्नमेंट उस पे इस चीज को नहीं एग्री करती कि हम लोग यहाँ पर इस तरह से ये चीज कर रहे हैं और मीडिया भी इस चीज को हाईलाइट नहीं करता है। इस तरह से ये चीजें ये प्लेटफॉर्म यहाँ पे देना और सब लोगों को डिफरेंट जगहों से इकट्ठा करना एक बहुत बड़ी बात है और इंशाल्लाह हम आप इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे एक दूसरे के साथ ही साथ देंगे और हम उनके साथ बराबर के उनके गम में उनके हर चीज में बराबर के शरीक हैं। और मैं चाहूंगी कि इस तरह के प्लेटफॉर्म्स सिर्फ हम मुख्तलिफ स्पेसिफिक लोगों या स्पेसिफिक कंट्रीज के लिए नहीं, ऑल ओवर जहाँ भी मिनॉरिटीज के साथ कुछ भी इस तरह से मिसहैप्स हो रहे हैं हम उन सब लोगों के लिए स्टैंड बाय हों, उन सब के लिए साथ बराबर हम खड़े। थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू। मुझे यहाँ बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला और इतना कुछ मैं बहुत कुछ बोलना चाह रही थी, सारी चीज़ों को बयान भी करना चाह रही थी, लेकिन सब लोगों ने बार बार वो चीज़ें दोहराई हैं तो मैं फिर वो चीज़ें दोबारा रिपीट नहीं करना चाह रही। लेकिन मरियम का शुक्रिया अदा ज़रूर करूँगी और उनकी पूरी टीम का, जो भी है राना बशारा साहब हैं या तकी रजा या जो भी सारे, और ये एक बहुत अच्छा एक बहुत ज़बरदस्त टीम इकट्ठी हुई है। तो इंशाल्लाह आप लोगों से और भी सीखने को मिलेगा, साथ होंगे। बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now it's over to the hosts. So I think so we are taking the closing remarks.
Yes, but before we leave, for our observers, Sister Shanaz, Rana Shed, OIC, and Council of Human Rights President Office, and all independent observers. Sister, please forward your reports, so at least we will learn. Sister Shanaz, you was observer in a first conference, we didn't get your report yet. So we need that words from you. And you want to say something? Can I, okay. I don't know what you want to say. But officially, the conference is end, but you want to say, Sister Shanaz, before we wind up?
Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, wherever you are. Chair for Pakistani Welfare Organization in Bristol. It was my pleasure to be invited, really. It was my first time for this platform. It was very informative, very encouraging, and I've learned a lot. I would be part of the team, and inshallah, whatever is needed, I will support that. I would like to say thank you to all the hosts, and they have spent nice people from all over the world being heard, and they expressed their expressions. They were very useful. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. As meeting is over, if anyone wants to stay for a class, you know what the meaning of class, you can stay, otherwise we will speak with our team members. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's almost
It's 5 hours and 37 minutes.
Wow.
Well
Yes, sir.
done to our moderate. Ekoji,
Well done.
Mariam Khan, and Ishrat, and
Thank you.
Abdul Malik, all the team behind the scene, especially Taki Reza, Tahreem Shokat, Abdul Salim, and Dr. Sania, Ajmal. You are wonderful. No come for a class, but we will talk. And see
Thank
you
you, everyone.
again, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a
Thank you.
good tea. Let's have a class.
So should I move now?
No, we need everyone. Where is my hunter? Leave us alone, guys. Only cabinet members stay. Tim, good to see you, Tim. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Aziz. There is no after party. There is no tea. This is the COVID-19, so you go home. Hunt some burger shops.
I think you have to remove.
Okay, we can. Consular Khan, if you are available, please leave. Ajmal Khan, you stay. Taki, you stay. Okay, Tahreem, switch on your camera. We want to see you. Okay. I think you need to remove.
Hello, Maria. How are you? So you are. I think so. She's not on mute.
Can I tell you something?
She's unmuted.
I think people start loving me. They don't want to leave us.
I think you have to remove physically.
Yeah.
We have so many people, and we don't want to our class front of everyone.
Okay.
Can we remove?
Yes, you can remove.
Remove them. So I will cancel.
If you.
So if you